The Corvallis School Board Business Meeting on October 14, 2021 is called to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for coming and welcome. We do have a roll call of our board members who are all in attendance, either by video and audio, or Vice Chair Secretary General McDonald and myself here in the school district office. On that note, I want to note that some of our attendees and participants might have their video on or off from time to time due to the challenges in technology and other reasons. You might be listening to them by audio only. And on that note, I would say Oregon law allows public meetings to be held entirely online in the interest of public health and safety for all community members, especially for immunocompromised individuals and families. The Corvallis School Board will continue to hold its meeting online. Public comments is available at some of our meetings. Information about how to provide public comments is available on the Corvallis School District website. Additionally, the board's public meetings are live streamed on the district's YouTube channel, and a recording is posted to the same channel, typically the day after the meeting. I am grateful that this technology makes it possible for more community members to view and or participate in school board meetings, given the flexibility provided by Oregon law. And on that, I want to welcome all the attendants who are watching and community members who are watching. You can go to the Corvallis School Board page to view the packets. That includes information that was shared with the public and board members before this meeting that pertains to the agenda items on the meeting. And on that, next item on the agenda is board member reports. Do we have any board member who would like to share a report? And as a reminder for board members, please raise your hand using the virtual platform. Vince, and then Sarah, and then Lou. Vince?
So I just wanted to let board members know that there's an email in their inbox letting with a link to a webinar done by OSBA Legal last week on the role of the board in these legal requirements for masks and vaccines for staff right now. And so it was a very useful webinar, and I urge you to take the time to go ahead and take a look. I think it lasts about an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Sarah?
Yeah, I will second Vince's endorsement of that webinar. I watched it about a week ago. It's worth your time to see. I had the privilege this week and last week of participating with the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation in the Long Talk, which is a program that to work on anti-racism and work on skills to disrupt racism in our schools and in our community. And it was a really powerful program. That it continues next week, and I just want to express my gratitude to the foundation for inviting me to participate. I believe Sammy and Ryan both were there this week also. So it's important work, supported again by our fabulous foundation.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, wonderful program. Very, very strong and powerful. Lou?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I had the privilege of attending the LGBTQ plus affinity get together a couple of weeks ago with staff, and wanted to recognize the great work that's being done there. And I was really glad to be part of community with folk.
Thank you, Lou. Any other updates from our board members? All right, seeing none, I would like to hand it over to Ryan. Superintendent Ryan Nuss will provide the superintendent's report and introducing our student representatives.
Yeah, so tonight, board, I get the opportunity to introduce the student representatives who will be attending our business meetings throughout the year and giving us their perspective as students in our school district. And so we had an opportunity to meet just a little while ago to talk about their role and the role of the school board, how board members are elected and the roles and responsibilities of the board, and to really emphasize the fact that this is an opportunity for our board members to hear from students. And if some of you are parents and have kids in our school district, others don't, it gives you a chance and opportunity to gain that perspective and to learn more about particularly what's going on in our high schools. So with that, I'm going to share a little bit of information about each one of our student representatives. And I'll do it by school because then that gives them an opportunity to then talk a little bit about what's going on at their individual schools. And some members were able to join us tonight. Others weren't. Again, these are students that have a lot going on, both academically and in terms of activities and other ways that they're interacting at school. One of our students has a soccer game tonight, so she's not able to join us. So I'll do a little introduction, but we do have representatives from each one of our schools. And so they'll be able to talk a little bit about what's going on this month. So the first one is Mary Lou Perez. She's a senior at College Hill. Mary Lou started at College Hill in February of 2020 and has made a renewed commitment to her education while also balancing additional responsibilities at home. Mary Lou's schoolwork is full of insight and creativity. She is talented and passionate about young children and would like to pursue something in early education. So Mary Lou is one of our students who will be joining us this year from College Hill. Our other student from College Hill this year is Isaiah. Isaiah Toma is a junior in the construction program at College Hill. This is the first year of the construction program, and Isaiah is excited to be a part of the inaugural class. Isaiah is outgoing and always ready to encourage and challenge fellow students and staff to be their best, both academically and athletically. So having introduced the two students from College Hill, I'm going to turn it over to Isaiah to give us an update about what's going on at College Hill, and I'm guessing around the construction program as well.
Yeah, just to clear things up, Mary Lou could not make it.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
No worries.
So it has been a great start to the school year for College Hill. Students are back in class, engaging in learning and preparing for the future. We have a new construction program. 15 students this year started in our Corvallis construction program. My bad. In addition to their core academics, they will be learning the basics of woodworking, welding, automotive skills, and drafting. Next year, they will be designing and building micro shelters to donate to the Unity Shelter, provide housing to folks in our community who are navigating homelessness. Mr. Skillings and his students have been a great addition to the College Hill community. But no, basically, it's been like we've been learning how to build sawhorses and like kind of the basics of construction, really. I don't know. We kind of have to get it. We have to get all of us educated first, before we build them. Second, we have started a new round of academy courses this year. This fall, students are taking creative writing, book club taught in conjunction with Marie Lejeune from Western Oregon University, horticulture, construction math, basketball, soccer, history films this year, field science, digital storytelling, and also walking classes. We've also had 2 incentive field trips for students who are caught up in their classes. We have hiked to the summit of Mary's Peak and taken students to South Beach and Newport. It is great to see kids work so hard to get caught up in order to have the opportunity to participate. It is even better to see them enjoy the incredible natural world in this place that we call home. Also, have almost 70 seniors in this building this year. We can maintain strong attendance. If we can maintain strong attendance, we should have a large, motivated, preparing class of 2022. But yeah, I have not got to see a lot of College Hill. I won't lie. I've been in, so for the construction program, it's like only that class all the time for the next 2 years. So that's been all of that for me. But hopefully next meeting, she'll be able to tell you more about that.
Thanks, Isaiah. And it's really exciting to have that construction program up and started. It's something we've talked about for a long time, and to be able to do that in such a way that gives back to the community is super powerful. So I think it's a great time to be a Wolverine. So again, thanks for sharing. Next is Crescent Valley. And so Charlotte Patel is a sophomore at CD, and she's off doing has a soccer game right now. In her first year as a school board rep, she is an active participant in the CD athletic community, playing soccer and basketball. Charlotte has been a member of SAFE since middle school, which is Students Advocating for Equity. She's also a student representative to our Delta group, which is our District Equity Leadership Advisory Group, made up primarily of parents of color. And through Delta, she's worked on revising and supporting the revision to the district equity policy. So it will be great to have Charlotte as a rep to our school board. And then coming back for a second year is Calvin Karleski. That's one of the things that happens at CV is students are with us for 2 years. And so Calvin's a junior at CV who's actively involved in the community. He plays soccer as a member of student government and is in his second year of serving as CV's school board rep. Calvin has taken leadership multiple semesters and been involved in equity work, community food drives, and mentored elementary students. Most recently, Calvin was instrumental in the success of our CV homecoming coordination. Is currently working on a committee to increase cultural awareness at CV and the Corvallis community. So again, welcome back, Calvin. It was nice to have Calvin in our last meeting so he could talk to students about what it's like to be a school board rep and give his perspective. And then we also tonight, as a surprise guest, we have Kate Volz. Kate, as you know, has been with us the last 2 years, and she's filling in tonight for Charlotte. So it's great to have Kate with us as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Kate and Calvin, our 2 veteran school board representatives, to share what's going on at CD.
Thank you. This month, like this past month, has been an exciting start in-person school. Everyone's been diving straight back into whatever classes they have, academics clubs. There was a wonderful club fair put on as part of homecoming week, and the homecoming halftime show went well. We were not able to have a homecoming dance due to COVID restrictions, however. And as noted by Ryan, there were several there, including girls soccer, there are several athletic events both tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, jumping off of what Calvin said within student government, freshman class president elections just finished, so those always happen in the fall because we don't have them with us in the spring for regular class elections. And additionally, in core council, we have been talking about creating a land acknowledgement for Crescent Valley High School for things like emails, our student website that we're working on, and to hopefully create a committee to work on that, which is, of course, an ongoing process and something we have to be thoughtful about. Additionally, we have, as Calvin said, several athletic events, and for this week, those are themed Pink Out in honor of October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So those are, everyone's encouraged to donate to local charities like Project Her. Always be aware of your own medical history, take care of yourself, and be aware of risk factors and stay healthy. So that's some of the main news for Crescent Valley for this month.
All right, thank you, you two, for again for being here and representing your school and sharing all the good things that's happening there. And the third group of student representatives come from Corvallis High School, CHS. So Kylie Sullivan is our first. Kylie is a senior at CHS and attended Adams Elementary and Linus Pauling. She's a member of the high school basketball team, lacrosse team, and track team. Kylie was also elected junior class president last year and was elected ASB president this year. Next year, she hopes to go to college, studying sports management and education. So again, it's great to have Kylie with us. And then the second student rep from CHS is Taylor Young. Taylor's a senior as well and one of the ASB presidents at Corvallis High School. She's been a member of the Franklin K-8 community since 5th grade. She's an active member of Students Advocating for Equity Safe and also UNICEF Club. Her goal for this school year is to continue the district goals of smoothing transition back to in-person school and advocating for the members of the CHS community. Next year, she hopes to continue her education studying political science and international relations and eventually attending a competitive law school. So again, some great student representatives from CHS. So with that, Taylor and Kylie, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you so you can give us your update.
All right, thank you so much. So overall, we've been talking to students and most students feel okay about returning to school. But we know our junior and senior classes are feeling a lot more stressed now that we're getting into college application season. A lot of students are feeling that they missed out on their normal experience of high school, but and that are now expected to jump into their last year. And so that's been a little bit of a stressful transition. And I'm sure that many other students have been experiencing a similar feeling. And most of the students have done a pretty good job following our COVID safety guidelines in the classrooms. However, spreading out is sometimes difficult because our classes are kind of overcrowded at the moment. But we've been doing our best and students have been complying pretty well. There were some students, however, who were skipping lunch because they were, our lunch lines, I guess, were, they didn't feel safe to the students. And so as a staff and as leadership, we've been trying to implement changes to and access to lunches so that everyone can feel like they have a safe space to eat. And then one thing that students asked us to request was additional undercover seating, because at the moment we're eating outside to prevent like the additional exposure to COVID. So additional undercover seating or other I guess options for shelter have been like requested. We took a recent voluntary survey of students through our Tinkle Times, which is a little school newspaper that we post in the bathrooms. And 85.7% of students said that they supported the general idea of requiring vaccines in school once the FDA has approved it for their age group. And we plan to take another survey to survey a larger group of students on a more school-wide level. One thing that students have been wondering about is homecoming, and we would like to propose a school-sponsored option. That's because last year we were able to successfully have an official prom, and that was really great for students to see one another and be able to meet in a kind of a more like typical high school setting. We did a pretty good job with health screenings, and we set up games so that we can encourage people to distance from each other. And people were encouraged to arrive and remain with the pod groups that they had signed up, so like the little COVID buddies. And also there were lots of options for people to stay distance, and we found that that worked pretty well. And I don't believe we had any cases come out of that dance. We've heard things about a dance that's been not school approved, and we were hoping that as a district, like we were able to follow the district guidelines if it was a school sponsored event. And so we're hoping to be able to work with the district to get a safe option for students, because I know a lot of people have been needing that feeling of connection that comes from a school event. So we've just been continuing the promotion of the district guidelines as far as COVID goes. And thank you for listening to our report.
Thank you, Taylor and Kylie, for the update.
Now with that, I want to open it up for board members if they have any comments or questions to superintendents on the reports. But with that, I just want to welcome you on behalf of the school board and thank you for being with us as partners and as stakeholders. The board serves the students, and There's nothing more powerful than a student voice. So thank you for carrying that voice, being the stewards of it. And as we talked before during our preparation meeting, you may and are encouraged to participate, ask questions, and help us with the deliberation. Welcome aboard. You are already doing really tremendous work and exciting work. So welcome aboard. And we look forward for continuing to work with you. With that, and seeing there's no further questions or comments from board members, we will move to the next agenda item. The next agenda item pertains to COVID vaccination information and discussion. And with that, I would like to share a few remarks. As we start this agenda item, I would like to provide a background where the school board passed a proclamation on September 23rd meeting. And during that meeting, we committed our membership, the school board members who are able to be vaccinated to the same vaccine mandates expected of district staff, faculty, and volunteers as mandated by the state. And also, the school board committed to support the superintendent in his proclamation in making every effort practicable to protect the students and staff of the district, coordinate with the local health authority, and remain compliant with state statutes, rules, and guidelines. As a next step, the school board provided the superintendent during September 23rd meeting with a direction to investigate and review the possibility of implementing a COVID-19 vaccine requirement for all medically eligible students in Corvallis School District. As part of its norms and working agreement, the Corvallis School Board actively listens to those sharing their points of view and is committed to ensuring all relevant qualitative and quantitative data and other sources of accurate information have been evaluated, shared, and understood before making a decision. As such, in its meeting tonight, the board will hear the superintendent's recommendations and findings on this subject and listen to a panel of public health experts and listen to public comments for those who have registered to provide public comments earlier. The superintendent's report is available to view on the school board website. And the way that we will be moving in the next hour is to hear an introduction by Superintendent Noss and a presentation from him, and then Benton County Health Department panel of experts sharing their remarks and allowing the school board members and our students as well if they want to ask questions. And after that, we will have public comment period and the board will deliberate and ask questions and then we'll deliberate on the subject. So with that, I would like to thank everybody who's joining us tonight for this agenda item, and I want to hand it over to Superintendent Ryan Noss.
All right, thank you. So Sammy did a nice job of describing the steps tonight. So I'll start by providing some information related to my recommendation. And then you'll have a chance to see some data shared by Benton County Health Department, and then have the opportunity to hear from a panel of experts and ask questions related to the vaccine. And so, and then public testimony, and then a time for you to deliberate. So I think we have quite a bit of information that we want to provide you with, and I wanted to start it out by sharing some slides with some information that's led me to my recommendation, and then from there, the opportunity to hear from our panel. So again, as Sammy said, that I was asked to look into and investigate a requirement around the vaccine for our students. And so this is what I've done over the last several weeks. Next slide. So as you know, our schools play an essential role in our community. We educate students. We also provide food and nourishment. We provide opportunities that extend their students' learning. We work with our community related to having spaces in our school for early learning. We work with our community in a number of ways. And as we know, the ways that we work with our community are vital. And we've seen that again and again throughout this pandemic. When students were learning from home, some of those things were limited, and we're so fortunate and so excited to have students back in school. The joy of having students with us in our buildings is just, I can't say enough about it, just super powerful. And we know that we want to maintain that. We want to make sure that our students are able to stay in school and continue to access all of those opportunities and resources our school district provides. And vaccination helps to safeguard that. We also are looking at how do we make sure that our schools stay open throughout this year. I want to do everything that I can do and explore the option that's available to make sure that our schools stay open. And so the request for me to investigate was about what are every consideration that we can make to make sure our schools stay open for our students and limit quarantine. Next slide. So again, this highlights some of those pieces I've just mentioned. One, our priority is to keep our schools open throughout the school year and able to provide in-person instruction. We have gone through a time when that was not available to us. And again, as our students talked about now coming back as juniors and seniors and thinking about, I need to start doing my college application. But when I was here last, I was a freshman or a sophomore. And I think that's true all the way through our schools. And so again, what I want more than anything is to be able to keep our schools open. So we know that students' status related to being vaccinated has an impact when there is an exposure. If a student is exposed at school and has been vaccinated, they're able to stay in school. They're able to continue to learn in person. When that's not the case, then there's a requirement to quarantine. And again, that's having that student go back to distance learning, which is again the thing that we're trying to combat and we're trying to avoid. Also, the other thing that we're looking at is the considerations between this time of year and the holidays coming up, and how that will impact case rates and how that will impact students' abilities again to be in person. And then, as you all know, that vaccine is not available for our younger students, and so there is an impact when their siblings or others in those secondary schools where there's the potential to be vaccinated, and some ways that we can work to address that. Another important factor in my recommendation is recognizing how COVID and this pandemic has impacted disproportionately our communities of color, and recognizing that, again, we're looking at what are ways to limit and protect and keep our students in school, recognizing that we're also looking at that through that lens of equity and race. And what you'll see as we move into some of our data is that how our data looks as it's disaggregated by race. And that's another important consideration in terms of my recommendation. Next one. In a few minutes, you'll have an opportunity to hear from the Benton County Health Department. I want to highlight the relationship and the continued work and coordination between our two organizations. The health department has been, they've been fabulous partners in this, and they've also been able to provide us with data and information that has helped to inform decisions and recommendations. I wouldn't have been able to make the recommendations that I'm making with the same level of understanding had I not had the support of the health department to be able to look at our data specific to our students in our schools, which is really vital when we're making a recommendation like this. So here are my recommendations for the board to consider tonight. I have 4 recommendations that I think are important. And again, they are driven by wanting to make sure that our students are able to stay in person and in-person learning. Also recognizing the component of race and equity, as well as those other factors that I've been talking about tonight as I bring these recommendations forward. So Altogether, that combination of understanding leads me to these recommendations. So my recommendations are, first, that the board directs staff to conduct community engagement with our equity populations with lower vaccination rates. That is both listening as well as dialogue. And I think that that's a really important next step for us to take as a school district. We play a key role in the community, as you know, and we also have relationships with families. And I think that it allows us to have that dialogue, have the opportunity to listen to families, and again, provide some additional information. So that's my first recommendation. Again, I think that the relationship between the health department and the school district is strong. And I think that there are things that a school district can bring to a partnership, and there's things that a health department can bring. And I think together there's work that we can do, again, to create greater confidence in the vaccine and to increase vaccination rates. I also recognize that we need to continue to pay attention to the data that we have. And so I would like to also recommend that the board request updated data and information on COVID vaccination rates among CSD students to the board. Again, I think that this is a process that will have to continue to move along. And I think that the thing that guides that will be the data that we have available to us. Then my fourth recommendation is continuing to update the board on the ways that we are working with the health department. What are the ways that we are connecting to the community? What are the ways and steps that we're taking to, again, try to get the information out to the community, continue to work with the community. And I think that's an important piece that the board stays abreast of and is able to have some updates around. So those are the four recommendations that I have for you tonight. Again, thank you for the question. Thank you for the direction to move forward, to gain information, to gain additional insights. And based on that, these are the recommendations that I have. I believe that I have one more slide to share with you. And again, I think that this is a vital piece. To see an increase in vaccination rates, community engagement will need to be culturally responsive, linguistically appropriate, and informed by diverse perspectives from equity populations disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. So in a lot of ways, this statement is overarching those four recommendations, because again, we know that the relationship with the community comes in a number of ways, and at the same time, cultural relevancy is really important. So that's my recommendation. That's my report. With that, I'm going to invite our panel to join us, and our panel members will be introducing themselves as well as providing some additional data slides and then an opportunity to ask questions.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is April Holland. I'm the Public Health Director, and we're so happy to be with you tonight. Before we jump into our data presentation, I want to just pass it down to Dr. Bruce Thompson. For an introduction.
You're muted.
Dr. Thompson, you're muted.
You'd think I get the hang of this by now. Yes, so hello, good evening, and thank you for having us come on board and sharing some information. I'm Bruce Thompson, Benton County Health Officer, served in this role since around 2001, I believe, and appreciate this opportunity to answer your questions. I'll pass this along then back to April.
Oh, to continue the introductions, Dr. Brady, can you say hello to the group?
Yeah, hi, my name is Adam Brady. I'm an infectious disease specialist at Samaritan Health Services. I've been the current Samaritan for the past 5 years, and I currently as our Medical Director of Infectious Disease and chair our COVID-19 task force. So I'm happy for the invitation to be here with my Benton County colleagues.
Thanks, Dr. Brady. And Rocio Munoz, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you, April. Yes, good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. My name is Rocio Munoz. I'm the Health Equity and Communications Manager for the Benton County Health Department. I'm also a parent of the Corvallis School District, and it's just been a pleasure to work alongside all of you over this pandemic response and beyond. Thank you.
Wonderful. And last but not least, Peter Banworth, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peter Banworth. My pronouns are he, him. I'm an epidemiologist with Benton County Health Department, and I've been working with the school district on analyzing vaccination rates among school district students, as well as case rates and vaccination rates countywide. And April, give me a nod if you want me to just jump into the presentation at this point.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Peter.
Yep. Thank you. Well, thanks to the board for inviting us and having me here. The goal of this presentation, and you're welcome to advance the slide, is to kind of start at a 20,000 foot view and zoom in for both our COVID-19 cases so that the school board has a good understanding of what the pandemic looks like in Benton County and in the Corvallis School District area currently, so that the board knows the landscape. And then to do the same thing for vaccination rates, to start countywide and then to zoom in specifically to Corvallis School District students. So I'll be going through each of these slides, explaining the graphs or the tables that we're going to look at, and happy to take questions on any of the data when we move to the question and answer part of our panel. Go ahead and advance the slide. Thank you. I wanted to make sure I started by a quick review of what our population looks like. So the estimated Benton County population is about 95,000 people in the whole county. The city of Corvallis has an estimated population of about 60,000 people. And population estimates include everyone with a residential address. In particular, they do include OSU students, whether they live on campus or live off campus. So when you see a population of 60,000, about 25,000 of that are undergraduate students, and they are as much a part of our community as anyone else who lives, works, plays, or learns here. But that is a very frequent question, and it can play havoc with our denominators sometimes. So I like to remind everyone of that. Thank you. Okay, we'll start just at looking at the case rates across the county as a whole. So this looks at the past 12 weeks of data. And the graph you see before you shows the cases per 100,000 people across all of Benton County, going back to the week of July 12th. And as I look at this, the first thing I noticed is July was a difficult month. Case rates increased more than fourfold. And have stayed steady all through August and September at around 180 cases per 100,000 people on average. A quick shorthand, since Benton County's population is so close to 100,000, and those rates are also very similar to our weekly numbers, which can be useful, but it can also be confusing sometimes because it's possible to forget when you're looking at a rate and when you're looking at a count. And I would note that the week of the 27th had the highest case rate in Benton County since the start of the pandemic, higher than last December, higher than last January or last February. So we really are still very much in the thick of the pandemic. We are not on our way out. And as opposed to what you may have been hearing in the news of Oregon having reached that peak and starting to come down, that's not something that we're seeing in Benton County. We may not still be increasing sharply, but there's no signs that we are coming back down the other side of the curve. Go ahead. Thank you. Now I want to show a little bit of a geographic interpretation of our data. So the first thing I would say is don't compare this data to the previous slide. The previous slide had weekly case rates. This is a 3-month snapshot to compare geographies, to not compare over time. But as you can see, the map on the left shows by color the severity of the case rates. And the graph on the right is the same data, but in a graph form with numbers present. So when I look at this, I recognize that our more rural areas, the Philomath area, the Alsea area, and the Monroe area, have actually had higher case rates as a proportion of their population than Corvallis or North Albany. Blodgett is a bit of an outlier. It's very rural, but it's had a low case rate. It's also the least populated area in Benton County. You can't see on the map the OSU zip code. That's just for students living on campus. It has the lowest case rate, but given that this data is from the summer and the population estimates are year round, the denominator may actually be a lot smaller than what the estimate appears. So I would, for this particular graph, I would not look carefully at the OSU campus as a comparator. So before we move on, I'll just recap. So the Corvallis area has the lowest case rates in the county compared to our rural areas. Thank you. So now, since this is a school board meeting and the school board is focused on students age 5 to 18, more or less, we also look at our data stratified by age. So this is a graph of the case numbers. It's not the same as the case rates, although the values are similar. And it's stratified by age. So first of all, you notice the overall shape of the graph is the same as that first graph. That's because this does show the case numbers, which have increased through the summer. Then what I would draw your attention to is those 3 bands of color at the bottom represent 0 to 5, 6 to 11, and 12 to 17. And those case numbers have increased, both in terms of raw numbers and in terms of the proportion of the total cases over the course of the summer. So the summary of that data is that cases among age 0 to 17 have grown more quickly and become a larger share of the cases in Benton County over the past 12 weeks. And we'll have one more slide about cases. I don't know if you're also seeing kind of a glitch, but I think it's just loading on mine. Okay, we'll give it a second. Maybe we can try popping back a slide and moving forward. There we go, thank you. So the previous slide showed case numbers stratified by age, which is useful in seeing the real impact of the cases among our pediatric population. When we want to compare to the total population, it's helpful to look at case rates because those underlying populations are different. So this graph shows the case rates, so cases per 100,000 people, comparing all ages, which is in the brown, to just pediatric cases, which is in the blue. So first I'll call your attention to the brown bars. Those are the exact same as on that very first graph. They increase up to 214 cases per 100,000 people. So as a reference, those brown bars are the same as the first graph. The blue bars are pediatric cases per 100,000 people. And what they demonstrate is that the case rate among children has consistently been higher than the case rate overall in Benton County. And it has grown even more significantly larger in the past couple of weeks. Although, again, we're hearing, in some of the news media that we've reached the peak of this wave in Oregon, that's not the case in Benton County, and it's even farther from the case among our student age population. Just in the week of the 27th of September, about 560 cases per 100,000 children in Benton County. It's come down a little bit in the most recent week of data, but it's still up there pretty high. So and just at the bottom, there were 641 total pediatric cases across the full course of the pandemic as of the 3rd of October. So that's going all the way back to March of 2020, 640 cases total among children aged 0 to 17. All right, thank you. So that kind of wraps up our look specifically at case rates to lay out the landscape of what our pandemic is looking like among the student population in Benton County. Now I'm going to walk through some slides with vaccination rates, which is the focus of this discussion tonight. So in Benton County, again, out of a population of about 95,000 people, about 61,600 are fully vaccinated. The graph in the center shows vaccination uptake over time. And as you can see, it started in late December of 2020 when the first vaccine was authorized, increased at a pretty healthy speed throughout March, April, May, and June. The kind of the stair-step nature is an effect of the mass vaccination clinics, where a large number of people were vaccinated every couple of days. We've really plateaued starting in July. There has been a steady but a slow increase in vaccine uptake since July. We have now reached about 70% of all medically eligible people who have been vaccinated. And if we include all ages, which includes 0 to 11 who are not yet eligible, we're about 65% of our population is fully vaccinated. Thank you. Turning now to look at vaccination rates stratified by race and ethnicity. These look at all ages in order to do a good comparison across those demographic groups. I really needed to use a table that looked at all ages, not 12 and older. So the purpose of this table is really to compare within racial and ethnic demographic groups. It's not directly comparable to the data on the previous slide. But I would call your attention to the Pacific Islander group and the white group having the highest vaccination rates of 59 and 57%, whereas the demographic groups American Indian and Alaska Native, Asian, Black or African American are in the mid to upper 40s, and the Hispanic or Latinx group is about 40%. So there's a significant equity gap between some of our demographic groups, in particular the white demographic group and many of the communities of color in Benton County. I'll take this opportunity to point out, when I present data to the board here with racial and ethnic stratification, I'm using the group designations that come along with the data. They aren't always the most culturally appropriate, and I do apologize for that, but in order to be able to move back to look at the raw data, it helps to have that consistency. Thank you. All right, we're moving now to look specifically at Corvallis School District students. So through our collaboration with the school board, the school administration, we are able to actually take the student body and find out among that actual student body of the age eligible students, what percent are vaccinated. And because Superintendent Noss is very focused on the equity of vaccination, we decided to present this from a racial and ethnic equity lens. So these rates include students 12 and older whose residence county is Benton County. As you know, some students live in other counties and attend Corvallis School District schools. But for the purposes of this, since 97% of Corvallis School District students live in Benton County, the estimates are pretty reliable. So what I see when I look at this is that this data is pretty consistent overall with the county level data, with a couple of exceptions. The racial and ethnic demographic group that has the highest vaccination rate is the Asian group, at about 85% of Corvallis School District students who identify as Asian have been vaccinated. About 73% of Corvallis School District students who identify as white have been vaccinated. About 68 or 69% of students who identify as multiracial have been vaccinated. The bar there for total is looking at the total vaccination rate and not stratified by race or ethnicity. So overall, 68% of eligible students in Corvallis School District have been vaccinated. The other four racial and ethnic groups have lower than the total vaccination rate. And the Hispanic group is one of the lowest. I will note that these population sizes are wildly different. And so some of the populations here are very small. Because this is a public meeting and in public health, we take privacy very seriously. I'm not showing you the denominators or the raw numbers. I've provided that to superintendent for internal planning, but just keep that in mind. And if we can move on, the final two vaccination slides look at high schools and middle schools. So this one is looking at middle schools, and I won't go through all the data as closely other than to note that the pattern is the exact same. The Asian demographic group has the highest vaccination rate, followed by white, and then the other communities of color have lower vaccination rates. The Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and American Indian Alaska Native groups populations are so small that it wasn't appropriate to show the percentages, but they are lower percentages than the Hispanic because they're sorted at the top. And again, the pattern holds true among high school students as well. Overall, the vaccination rate is higher among medically eligible high school students than it is among middle school students. And again, even among middle school students, it's filtered to those 12 plus. So it's not including 11-year-old middle school students, of which there are about 400. So the final slide I wanted to show you looks specifically at the effectiveness of the vaccine on preventing COVID-19 infections. So on the one hand, it's unfortunate that we now have enough data for COVID infections to stratify it by vaccination status. On the other hand, it does allow us to look at empirically how effective has the vaccine been in preventing COVID-19 cases in Benton County. So this graph shows the case rates over about a 3-month period stratified by age group. The blue bars are unvaccinated individuals and the brown bars are vaccinated individuals. So the set of 2 bars on the left show the case rates stratified by vaccination status among all ages. And you can see that case rate for vaccinated individuals is only about a quarter of the case rate for unvaccinated individuals. And that trend holds pretty much true for each of our age groups, except the 65 and older. Amazingly, that's more than 30-fold. If you look at vaccinated 65 and older versus unvaccinated 65 and older. And I would call your attention to the 12 to 17 age group, which is about 4 times higher for unvaccinated 12 to 17-year-olds compared to vaccinated. And so what this means is that a vaccinated middle school or high school student is only 1/4 as likely to contract COVID-19 as an unvaccinated middle or high school student. There are, of course, this doesn't have to be solely attributed to the effectiveness of the vaccine. It's likely that people who choose to be vaccinated are also taking additional precautions which lower their risk. But regardless, a 4-fold increase is very significant and does point to the medical effectiveness of the vaccine among each of our different age groups. Thank you. So I did include a slide with the sources for the data. I believe that's the next one. And so that'll be available to the board. Always welcome to answer questions about the data on the panel or through email. They can come through Superintendent Noss or through other channels are fine as well. And I think at this point, I will pass it back to April, who I believe is going to help us moderate questions from the panel.
Hi again, everyone, and thank you, Peter, for sharing your presentation. I'd love for us to start receiving questions. We have a really great panel, yeah, we can just jump right in. And I just want to encourage our panel members, as the questions are being answered, if you'd like to add along, feel free to speak up I don't usually use Zoom. I don't know if you can raise your hand, something like that. We can just, jump in and have a conversation with the board. Thanks.
Thank you, April. I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank you for the presentation and recognize the efforts that you have done at Benton County Health Department and the collaboration with the district staff. So really thank you. If you're okay, I would like to encourage the board that we will have one board member ask a question, and after you and the panel answer it, we'll ask the remaining of the board for any follow-up questions on that topic. So we don't jump around, if that's okay. And with that, Sarah, would you like to get started with a question?
Sure. I have a lot of questions. It's hard to narrow it down to one. I'll just start with the one that's on the top of my list of questions, which is, so what vaccine rates do we really need to see across our community to really substantially slow spread and ideally achieve herd immunity so that we're not spreading COVID in our schools and in our community?
Sarah, thanks for the great question. I'll jump in first and open it up to anyone who would like to add. So as you know, herd immunity or population immunity refers to the threshold at which transmission of a disease is limited due to a limited number of hosts. Herd immunity really requires the whole herd, and we're a long way from that, especially if you're looking beyond the borders of, say, a school district or a county or a state. Right now, as Peter mentioned, about 65% of all Benton County residents are fully vaccinated, and they enjoy good protection against infection and very good protection against severe illness and death. Until around 80 or 90% of residents are vaccinated, we don't have the magic number in our pockets, but somewhere around there, it's likely that the virus will continue to be able to find footholds when introduced and continue to transmit. Anyone else want to add to that?
April, could I comment on the OSU experience?
Oh, please.
Yeah, so in response to that question, Sarah, we do know we have a local, clearly a local new example of at OSU where approximately 93% of the 20,000 students are fully vaccinated, and approximately 95% of the faculty and staff are fully vaccinated. Their case rate is quite low. It's not zero, and it probably never will be zero, but it is quite low. I would like to add also, as Peter has described what looks like a fairly bleak picture for Benton County, I would like to just say that for Hospital District 2, which includes 4 other counties, Benton County has the lowest pediatric case rate.
Thank you. On that, anyone from any board member or student representative have a question, a follow-up question on this topic or this theme? All right, seeing none, I'll move to student representative Kate Balls.
Yeah, so my question is about the increases in student vaccination rates. The slideshow had a graph that kind of leveled off in July, and I was wondering if student vaccination rates level off in that same way, or if going back to school prompted any students to decide to get vaccinated, going back to in-person learning, or if those trends are the same across all populations.
Thank you, Kate. That's a great question. I'm happy to answer that one. So we do have data that's stratified by age. Our countywide data does not identify students particularly, but that is something that I can work with Superintendent Noss to look specifically at Corvallis School District rates and how those may have increased over time. We did see a generally similar trend because it took longer to extend eligibility to 12 to 17. The student age vaccination rate stayed lower for a longer time and increased very sharply with those two student-focused mass vaccination events. It has continued to increase at a somewhat higher rate than the total population vaccination rate. So it has the same general shape, but it's sloped up a little bit more as you look over time.
Any follow-up questions from Kate or the rest of the board on this topic? All right, see none. We'll move next to Shauna. Shauna, do you have a question?
I'm still formulating my question, Sammy, so I'll pass for now.
Sounds good. Let me open up for Vince.
So I want to thank the panel for being here and Dr. Barnworth for the presentation that, the data really speaks for itself. And so that has been really helpful. The board has gotten a lot of outreach from people who are very concerned about vaccinations in general, and in particular vaccinations for children. Can you discuss or someone on the panel discuss risks to children specifically? We've had people claiming that there is a high risk for myocarditis or pericarditis and a number of other things as well. Can the panel speak to that question? And any other risks that are bubbling up in public discourse that could put board members and members of the public's minds at ease?
I can start to take a stab at that. And again, right now we only have data for vaccines, and in particular, just the Pfizer vaccine for ages 12 to 17. We do have 18 plus for Moderna and Pfizer and J&J. So for the Pfizer vaccine and mRNA vaccines in general, mRNA being the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, there is a rare increased risk of myocarditis, which is increased inflammation of the heart muscle or pericarditis, the sac around the heart. Now, it's important too that to realize that while the risk exists, it remains very rare. Some of the highest estimates of this, again, it seems to be more common in adolescent males. The risk isn't really seen to the same degree at all with older people or adolescent females. So again, when we're talking about risk of myocarditis, the highest estimates put that risk at 15 per 100,000 after a second dose of vaccine in that adolescent male cohort or age group. And again, the number of cases so far identified by the CDC remains low, less than 1,000 over the hundreds of millions of vaccinations that have been given so far in general. So I think it's difficult to interpret data coming out in the news sometimes showing that there's a risk of, say, myocarditis, and it can be hard to contextualize or put into context sometimes. And so like any vaccine, there are potential adverse effects. The myocarditis in adolescents seems to be a relatively low risk, and benefits of the vaccine at this point seem to outweigh that risk going forward. I should add also that most cases of myocarditis, should they happen, are mild or moderate, and are extremely rare to be severe. Again, data is being collected for long-term effects, but not anticipated to be long-lasting.
Thank you.
With that said, I have a follow-up question on this topic, and I want to put up also for any other board members. Could you put some context? You mentioned 15 out of 100,000 is the risk of myocarditis, and decision makers usually, whether rationally or irrationally, compare benefits with risks, and they compare it among two alternatives. So I'm going to give you the analogy that I'm thinking of. A seat belt has risks of, there are some injuries related to the seat belt by itself being the cause of whatever injury, but I assume it's 1 in a million or thousands. And the risk of dying or being injured in a car accident without the seatbelt is much higher. So I'm trying to really wrap my mind if the myocarditis is a similar risk to the seatbelt, negligible, 15 out of 100,000. What is the risk of not having a vaccine for a young male adult who would, or teenager who would not have the vaccine? What's the risk for them getting COVID and maybe getting heart complications as well? To compare risk and benefit.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And unfortunately, I don't have it broken down by age group, but the CDC has published data on myocarditis following COVID-19 infection. And among all ages, it's about, let me get this right here, 150 cases per 100 of myocarditis per 100,000 cases of COVID-19. So a much higher risk overall. Again, numbers are more difficult to match up exactly those age ranges, but again, this is thought to be a physiologic process in young men as a response. And again, if you consider an infection with COVID-19 where you have billions of virions replicating, in all tissues of the body, essentially, potentially, there's a higher potential risk there.
Can we put our minds at ease that this calculation of risks and benefits has been done when authorization has been issued? Because in the report you mentioned even emergency authorization, they already do this formula, and the scale tips toward the vaccine whenever those risks are being investigated if there's an authorization. Is that correct?
Correct. CDC has done modeling essentially, based on risks of myocarditis, for example, compared to risk of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. And that risk benefit calculation shifts much more into the benefit category. I can pull those numbers or the slides from that meeting if it would be helpful. It was for me to kind of put this into context as well. Basically, to look at after every, say, I believe it was every million second doses, what would you expect in case reduction, hospitalization, and myocarditis cases? Essentially, in young males, there's the benefit outweighs the risk in that scenario.
Thank you.
And I have a table published by the CDC looking at deaths, which death rates tend to be much lower than hospitalization rates, which come with major health complications as well. So the death is really the worst case scenario. So there have been from age 0 to 17 in the United States, there have been about 750 deaths among children aged 0 to 17 from COVID-19. And overall, there have been about 900 confirmed cases of myocarditis after vaccination among all age groups, which also includes the 18 to 29, which has a higher number of vaccinations. So just looking at the numbers, 750 pediatric deaths is, from an infectious disease is pretty extreme, honestly, in this day and age. And then I would also say, while the health and safety of our children is really paramount, and that's a perfectly reasonable question to have, is the vaccine safe? In addition to protecting from death or hospitalization, it protects family members, protects the community, it keeps children in school so they can continue, in-person learning. So there are, allows parents, or caregivers not to have to take 2 weeks off for a quarantined child. So there are really a lot of important benefits from vaccination beyond just protection from the disease itself for the vaccinated individual.
Maybe just to expand somewhat on the CDC data, they did an analysis when they talked about authorizing this vaccine and talking about males between 18 and 24. They looked at 1 million vaccinations, second dose vaccinations over a 120-day period, a theoretical 120-day period. And those vaccinations would prevent 12,000 COVID-19 cases in that age group, 530 hospitalizations, 127 ICU admissions, and 3 deaths. While potentially 45 to 56 myocarditis cases. And I have the numbers for 12 to 17 also, if anyone's interested. I can quickly go through. They say for smaller age group, so you'd prevent less cases, 5,700 cases prevented, 215 hospitalizations prevented, 71 ICU admissions, and 2 deaths prevented, while having somewhere between 56 and 69 myocarditis cases, again, which in the majority of cases are mild.
Thank you. Follow-ups on this question, Sarah, and then Therese.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of just covered that with the data that was just presented, but my question was, a lot of the discussion that's been in the emails we've been getting is saying things like, with healthy kids, COVID is less of a risk than the side effects of vaccines. And am I correct in interpreting the data you just presented as refuting that argument? And maybe those arguments have been, the result of misinterpretation of data presented in the media.
I think it's important to keep in mind that for the vast majority of children that do COVID-19, it is not severe. It doesn't end up in hospitalization, ICU admission, or death. But there are concerns, and there have been children hospitalized in Oregon, and children who have died in Oregon, right? So it's not something that never happens. Again, the more spread that's out there, the more kids will become infected, and the more of these events that will happen as well. So, I think it's important to keep that in context, but there's also something called multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children that can happen. There's been, long COVID or adverse effects. Even if you survive COVID, children can have, trouble down the line as well, which we don't fully understand yet. But again, I think, overall the risk is low, but I think the risk of the vaccine is very low as well.
If I may add another consideration. So clearly pediatric deaths are higher in states where there are lower vaccination rates. And yeah, there's been 3 pediatric deaths in Oregon, and we enjoy a fairly decent statewide vaccination rate. Could be better, but yeah.
If I may, good evening. I just wanted to mention that this is actually a lot of great information that we still are working very hard to get out into the general public. And I think that we'll continue to work hard to get it out through different means. It can be pretty complex. Among our Latinx community, it was a huge concern because we saw some of that information come through national news. And a lot of our community members really do trust their medical providers. And so always, I think that if there's the message here for everybody is that if you do hear or if we know of people that do have questions, that we direct them back to their pediatricians, to their medical providers, and make sure that they are getting information from trusted sources, because there is a lot of information out there. A lot of our communities of colors are connected to, and really in general, to smartphones, and are getting information that may or may not be from trusted sources. And so we knew immediately that that was a concern, and we were able to address it through some of the channels that we are working with at the county, both in Spanish and in mom language, to essentially dispel any myths that might be out there, but also making sure that that families have the information to make the best choice for their families.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rocio. I would like to add just one brief point. Whether healthy kids need required vaccination ultimately depends on the school district's goal. We know that the more people vaccinated, the better off we are as a community. We know that vaccination will result in fewer quarantines and isolations. And while it's true that COVID-19 infection is mild in most youth, as Dr. Brady and others have said, we can't say for certain what the virus will do in an individual. From a public health perspective, there's no number of acceptable pediatric COVID-19 deaths And from a public health perspective, it makes sense to widely vaccinate against a preventable disease that has caused the death of many youth in the United States and beyond, but not to mention the hospitalizations and the long-term effects of infection.
Thank you, April. Therese?
Thanks, Sammy. I think this was a follow-up question to this discussion, although we kind of moved away from the point. So going back to the percentage of cases of myocarditis, I think the number was, what was it, 750 cases? Did I get that right?
About 900 confirmed cases of myocarditis through the CDC Sentinel.
Oh, I'm sorry, and 750 pediatric deaths.
That's right.
Yes. Right. Okay. How many pediatric deaths have resulted from the vaccine? I'm sorry, in the 12 to 18 range where they can get that. Obviously in the 0 to 11, we have none because we don't have any vaccinated kids. In 12 to 18, how many vaccine related deaths have occurred? And, or has anybody who is vaccinated in that age group died from COVID after getting vaccinated? Do those questions make sense?
I know of none deaths in that age range from vaccination.
Okay.
The overall death rate, and Adam could probably confirm this, for deaths for vaccination is 1 in a million, I believe.
I don't have a number off the top of my head. It's a complex topic when we talk about deaths after vaccination, especially when you vaccinate rapidly, say 75% of the country, there are people who die around the time of their vaccine. There have been a number of cases of vaccine adverse events. I can't tell you off the top of my head in a certain age group or a certain location what those are, however. So just that, there have been adverse reactions resulting in death from vaccines. That's true of probably all the vaccines that we have, but I can't quantify that exactly tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we will take that back and do our best to get an answer to that and send it on to the board so that you have that information.
I appreciate that. One of the concerns that people have expressed, not surprisingly, is information or potentially misinformation that vaccines are significantly more dangerous than we are inclined to believe. And so I would be curious to see what the numbers are that you have. What numbers you would base a decision to get vaccinated on? What do you think are reliable numbers for the safety of the vaccine? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the really good question. Data from the vaccine adverse event reporting system is it's difficult to interpret. It's because VAERS is what it's called is intended, not intended to be used as a cause and effect system. Reports of adverse effects following vaccination, including deaths that are in that system, don't necessarily mean that a vaccine caused a health problem. We're going to look up that data for you, but I just want to add that we have seen information out there where individuals are using the VAERS system to make claims that the vaccine is more dangerous. There has been a review of available clinical information, including death certificates, autopsies, medical records, hasn't established a causal link to COVID-19 vaccines in many of these deaths, but we'll get that information back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification about that database, because we've seen lots of quotes from it, and it's clear that what is in that database and what those numbers mean is being interpreted in ways that aren't necessarily appropriate for the data.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many physicians actually look at the VAERS database. I did spend some time and energy examining it, and yeah, it's terrifying, except when you dig down into the details and realize that, well, there's 10 other reasons why this person could have died, or 8 or 6 or 4, and so any rate.
The purpose of that database or that reporting system is to raise a flag when there's a potential for a safety signal. It's not used by the CDC to make any sort of judgment about vaccine adverse effects. It's used by the CDC as a flag to say it's time for us to go out and do a careful study to determine if there is, in fact, a safety or an adverse effect risk. And so it's an incredibly valuable database because you need to know what to look for. Without it, the CDC wouldn't know what to look for, but they don't use it as evidence of the problem. They use it as the flag to indicate that they should go look to see if there is a problem. And then they release those studies through other publications that have been done much more in a more rigorous manner that can actually provide some conclusions or some hypotheses about what may be going on. So as people look to theirs, keep in mind that it's a flag. It's not evidence in and of itself.
Thank you. Shauna?
Sure, I have a follow-up along this line. Thank you, Sammy. And thank you to the panel for being here tonight. This is so helpful to hear. One of the, as you've been hearing from other board members, we have been hearing from quite a few folks across the district, as well as outside of the district, actually, who are writing in with either strong support for, strong support against, or a lot of folks who fall somewhere in the middle, maybe with a not now or a not yet, or we need more time to see the effects of the vaccine or to see how this plays out. And one of the requests and questions that I've seen come up from some is an understanding of the difference between having a vaccine that's approved for emergency use versus going through the full approval process. And I was wondering if you could speak to those who might be listening tonight or watching the recording about the difference or the different levels of evidence that might come out at those different time points that might help us understand more about the vaccines.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in with this one. I think it's a really important designation to make that differentiation there. So emergency approval, I just want to emphasize, emergency approval does not mean that a vaccine or treatment is experimental. Those receiving EUAs were studied rigorously before being given to the general population. FDA, in fact, has applied a higher standards for vaccines receiving EUA than the other medical therapies around COVID. Each vaccine manufacturer enrolled tens of thousands of participants in randomized clinical trials, which is similar, if not virtually identical to what would have been done for outright license approval. Because these vaccines were intended to be administered to millions of individuals, including healthy people, to prevent disease, the FDA planned to apply different standards to the authorization of vaccines than to the authorization of treatments for patients who are already ill. The primary differences between what is required of companies submitting for an emergency use authorization and the full approval, which is called BLA or biologics license application, are basically that the FDA wants to see longer follow-up of trial participants, particularly at least 6 months of safety data compared to the 2 months required for EUA. And second, the FDA needs more detailed chemistry, manufacturing, and control data, including facility inspections and the full approval submission. So this takes months and months. Overall, creating a new vaccine can sometimes take years. However, many pharmaceutical companies were able to quickly advance their development and distribution processes for the COVID vaccines. And particularly for the mRNA vaccines, these technologies have been in development for some time. So it was ripe for the development. And I'd love to hear what anyone else has to say about EUA versus full approval.
I think you said it very well, April. You know, EUA, it's emergency use authorization. It's something that needs to be done in an emergency situation to, you know, sort of clear a lot of the red tape. Again, when I, you know, as a clinician, when I look at clinical trial data, the clinical trial data for an EUA that leads to an EUA is no different than something that in normal times leads to an FDA authorization. So all the, you know, all phases of clinical trials are completed. You know, all of these steps were done in very quick amount of time, and a lot of the regulatory steps were truncated to get the vaccine out once it's shown to be safe and efficacious. And just one comment on the 2-month time period of follow-up for an EUA. The reason that is required is because in, you know, say if you look at history of vaccine adverse events over time, almost all of them, almost all of them occur within the 2 months following vaccination. It's extremely rare to see a vaccine adverse event years down the line. There's a lot of people concerned about what's going to happen to me in 10 years, for example. You know, for the mRNA is not expected to stick around in your body for more than 10 or 20 days after vaccination. Right after vaccination is when the body ramps up. And that's when we've seen, you know, we've seen myocarditis in that time period. We've seen J&J has been associated in some people with blood clots, for example. That happens right around the dose of vaccine. That's extremely rare to find something later down the line. So again, I always tell folks that are hesitant to be vaccinated that, you know, we've been almost at this now for a year, you know, 10 months or so, or 10 months or so. And these vaccines have been scrutinized more than probably any other vaccine that we routinely give. And everything that we learn is reassuring up to the stage.
Yeah, I fully, if I could just add a couple more concepts here. I fully understand that people were, you know, just amazed at how quickly the vaccines came to be available. And the safety of it is enhanced by the fact that there has never been a vaccine, a number of vaccinations given in such a short period of time as there has been in the last year. So the data is volumes more than we've had for any other vaccine in such a short period of time, which just attests to the validity of the decision to go with an EUA when even I was, what? No, you're kidding.
Thank you. I know we're like 5 minutes out of time, but I was wondering if you're okay to stick around. And I really want to be mindful of your time for quick questions, main questions from at least 4 of the remaining board members who didn't ask a main question. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, let's move next to Luhui. And do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Sammy, and thanks y'all for all the info you presented. I wanted to say thank you to Peter for acknowledging the flaws in demographic data. I think that was really important for folk to hear. And what I was looking at was, I'm a little bit confused with the numbers of the case counts in the county versus the district numbers that are reported on the dashboard on the district page are much lower than the county case count. Since school started, it has like 189 cases in the county, but in the district, there's been 66 cases in the schools, which is significantly less, which also is not super surprising considering the vaccination rate is about 10% higher in the district compared to the countywide data. Can you help us make sense of how the numbers have grown so quickly in the county, but not as quickly in what's presented in the school district? Can you help us make a little bit more sense with those numbers?
Thank you, Luhui. I definitely can try to do that. I think in order to do a good job of it, I'd like to take some time looking at the district page and comparing it to our data so that any explanation I provide is accurate and useful. So I will put that on my to-do list for tomorrow and try to send it to Superintendent Noss to forward to you tomorrow.
Okay,
That
thank
works.
you. That'd be awesome because I think it's important for folk to understand what's working and the numbers being reflective of the vaccination rate being higher. I think will be helpful for the community to understand that through the numbers and what that means.
Great, definitely.
So just to chime in on that, I was just trying to pull that information up, but there's a qualifier at the bottom of it, and I can't yet get to the page that explains how that data is collected. So that's and will be an important piece for us to talk to tomorrow.
Yeah, and just quickly, every week I give a report on pediatric cases to the 3 counties, and it's I've learned to appreciate Peter's reports, because the OHA data is especially with pediatric cases is about 2 weeks behind time. And I think that that pediatric dashboard is based on that OHA data. So maybe Peter will be able to verify that, but that's what I found at least.
Thank you. Is there any board member who haven't asked the main question who would feel that they want to ask a question? See none. Sarah, real quick, you'll have the last question.
Thank you. So just sort of changing tracks a little bit. One of the main focus of Superintendent Noss's recommendations was a real concerted, culturally relevant outreach in appropriate languages to the populations that have not been well served in our efforts to get people vaccinated. I was just wondering what the effectiveness of that kind of outreach is, and what if we know what kind of community response we can expect from really reaching out with good information from community leaders.
I'll take that question, Sarah. Thank you so much for your concerns and really your energy to get behind additional outreach and engagement that we know we need and that we're going to continue to work on collaboratively as a community, as a village. It's really hard to understand where or what proportion of those who are unvaccinated, where they lie as far as their confidence. And we don't know yet what part of that is barriers to access to the vaccine, and then what part of that is maybe low confidence rates. And so, I think that by strategically working together with our school districts and going to the community from an equity perspective, being in a place that's going to be more comfortable, seeing their community leaders, family liaisons, amplifying the voice of the vaccine confidence will be an effective strategy, or has been an effective strategy. But I also feel like just as partners, we want to keep on amplifying the voice of overall health and well-being. And I know that as a public health, we are true believers of that, but I know that our community-based organizations, our school districts and other partners also believe and want the best for our communities. And so I think the next step for us is to continue to work together and exhaust the current infrastructures that we have to get to communities. We in public health will continue to do this work, but our voice is a lot higher and stronger when we have amplification of that. And so, I'm speaking also here with my hat as a Corvallis School District parent. I know that I get communication from my local school district, and we want to make sure that we are continuing to amplify that voice coming from my teacher versus coming perhaps from our public health department will be received very differently. And so I do believe that we have a lot of work to do, but I do also believe that we're going to be very effective if we just continue to explore those options, the text messaging options that some of our communities of color prefer over email. Different ways of getting into maybe backpacks, things that get sent home, and it's really more of that voice, that amplification. It carries very differently than if I as a parent say it, or if I as a professional will say it. So I think that we need to work collaboratively on that.
Thank you.
All right. I know, Shauna, you have a question, but I want to ample up the time of the panel. So if that's okay, we send it offline. And with that, I just want to say really thank you for the panel, for your time. You care for our community. You are parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, and neighbors of our community who have spent their lifetime studying this work and sharing their expertise with the school district. Really appreciate you for your partnership, for your care, and for truly saving lives and helping us protect our children. So with that, I want to thank you and on behalf of the board, and really appreciate the extra time that you gave us as well. And April, if you want to provide any extra remarks or comments.
I would, just as a statistician, I always I notice patterns. And I really respect that the board brings the voices of the parents forward and asks questions from them. And the pattern I notice is that almost all of the questions were about vaccine safety, vaccine adverse effects, and not about really what Superintendent Noss highlighted, except we got to Sarah's question at the end, which is the equity impacts of our different vaccination rates. And so I encourage the board to be aware of that pattern and the communications you're getting from your parents, not to say that there's any communication that isn't important, but what does that mean about the voices that you're hearing and the voices that you're not hearing from your from families in your school district?
Yeah, and I would just really quickly add that there is a lot of work already happening within the Corvallis School District. And so, I think that there could be definitely just continued support to the existing efforts and concentrate more and more on the current data that we have available and start to strategize further what we can do with our current environment. And so, making sure that we have concentrated efforts and strategies that come out of the existing work groups that you're currently working on.
And what I'd like to say or share is just, again, I recognize the partnership earlier, but again, earlier last winter, you came and provided us with information and guidance that was informed by data. And you've done the same thing for us this evening. And we really do appreciate that partnership to make better informed decisions around the health and wellness of our kids. And so again, tons of appreciation for the Benton County Health Department and what you continue to do to support our community. So thanks so much for being here tonight.
Thank you so much. Likewise, we appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night. And again, appreciate it, your work. With that, we're going to move. I would like to ask the board, have a good night. I would like to ask the board that we will be moving to public comments. And after public comments, we will deliberate and discuss any potential direction or action for direction or discussion with the school or school district staff and superintendents. So with that, we would move to public comments. We are now opening the public comments period. With that, I will share some remarks with those who registered in advance. Copies of the complete guidelines for public comments were emailed to you prior to the meeting and are on the board's website. However, I will share a few important points now. When you begin, please state your name and whether you live in the school district boundary and direct your comments to the board. Speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. Complaints shall be handled following the steps outlined in policy KL, copies of which are available online. Complaints regarding budgets, programs, or other district issues also shall be handled through policy KL. Undue interruptions or other interference with orderly conduct of the board cannot be allowed. Defamatory or abusive remarks are always out of order. The board chair may terminate the speaker's privilege of address if, after being called to order, the speaker persists in improper conduct or remarks. The board is under no obligation to hear public comments in its meetings now or at any time. The board chair reserves the right to suspend the public comments period. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments. The light, well, I have a yellow light indicating that you have 30 seconds remaining. However, instead of the yellow light, you will be hearing the chime as such for the 30 seconds remaining. And when your time's up, you will hear another chime. In deference to others who may wish to speak tonight, please end your comments promptly. If others have testified before you about the same issue, please state the facts and either decline to provide comment or limit your comments to points not already stated, so additional comments. If a group wishes to speak, please designate one spokesperson for the group. Following each speaker, the board will have 3 minutes total to ask clarifying questions. I usually will call on the board members if they have raised their hand virtually, and if not, I will thank you for your comments and wish you a good night. And with that, I would like to say after your public comment is over, you may hang up the phone and continue watching through the live stream. Now, I would like to, as a reminder, I would like to ask you to state your name after I call on you and whether you live in the district or not. And you may begin immediately after you state your name and whether you live in the district or not. With that, our first commenter is Hillary Lindsay.
Thank you. Hello, Chairperson Al Abdrabu. I was practicing it all day. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the school board. I really appreciate your time. My name is Hillary Lindsay, and I live within the school district boundaries in Northeast Corvallis. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. First, I would like to thank all the members of the school board for their considerable time commitment and service to our community. I have been extremely impressed with the school board's commitment to improving equity within the district and development of policies that challenge structural and institutional barriers for students from historically marginalized groups and improve students' success. As a teacher and a parent, I am proud of and hopeful for the work that the district's doing to improve diversity, racial equity, justice within our community. I have a first grader who accesses the Life Skills program at Catherine Jones Harrison Elementary. Willow was born with a rare genetic condition called Prader-Willi syndrome, which impacts her hypothalamus and hormone production. Because of hormones affect change and control functions and regulations of systems throughout her body, her condition impacts her globally and impacts many aspects of her daily life and learning. Her condition is so rare that most people have never heard of it, including many people that are responsible for helping Willow in medical and educational fields. Since her birth, we have been responsible for educating people about her challenges, needs, and safety measures, and planning, monitoring, and coordinating her medical, educational, and therapy services. With access to and support from the Life Skills program at Catherine Jones Harrison Elementary, Willow is thriving. She's happy, loved, welcomed, included, and has friends at school. The amazing team that supports Willow understands her medical, educational, and mental health needs, and is able to work with dynamically and collaboratively to keep her safe and making progress towards her goals. I know that this level of support and inclusion is not possible at all neighborhood schools. I am here this evening to share my family's happiness and praise for the Life Skills program at Catherine Jones Harrison Elementary. The last time I spoke with the school board, I shared some concerns and my hopes for change for the Life Skills program, including decreasing case size management, class sizes for Life Skills teachers, improving training for educational assistants, and working with students who work with students accessing special education services, and improved communication about the programs and district level special education planning. Since that time, many of my concerns have been addressed and improved or eliminated. We have been very impressed with Beth Martin's communication, problem solving, and follow through relating to our daughter's access to education and school programs. I'm compelled to share the value of the Life Skills program today because of my immense concern that there is covert planning taking place for ending the Life Skills program and placing all students back at their neighborhood schools. Whenever I ask this question directly, as a parent, I'm told that the Life Skills program is not being dismantled or ended. However, for the past 3 years, district representatives from the teaching and learning and mental health departments, as well as district representatives.
Hillary, I apologize for interrupting, but your time is up. Could you conclude it? We can conclude in a sentence or two.
Well, I will email you the rest of, I'm sorry, I will email you the rest of my remarks, but I hope that that the Life Skills program is not going to be dismantled, and that it will be continued. I guess I will sign up again to share all of the positive benefits that the Life Skills program has to offer to a variety of students throughout our district who experience profound disabilities.
Thank you, Hillary. Therese has a question. Therese, what's your question?
Yes, right as your time ran out, you were sharing that you had some concerns about the possibility that the program may be intended to be dismantled. I was wondering if you might share your reason for having that concern. Have you heard information or help us to understand where your concern comes from?
Sure, I have had people from district trainings who have said that the trainers in those programs or district representatives in meetings, other friends who have been in meetings with district representatives who have said that, let me find it, Life Skills as a group program is going away and kids will be in their neighborhood schools.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
that are being said.
Hillary, I want to be diligent here. We're getting into the boundary of operational decisions or situations, which the board can't really adhere to. So I just want to be mindful of that.
Of course, that really, I'm sorry I didn't have time to get to the main content of my which I was hoping to, which was to express, the immense value that the Life Skills has, the program has for a variety of reasons. I'm sorry, I should have started with that and not as much background.
It's okay. So I typically don't respond to public comment, but in this case I want to.
Please.
Well, there's other times I want to and I'm not able to, but in this case I'm just going to. So there's not a plan to dismantle the Life Skills programs at Catherine Jones Harrison. That's not my personal intention or the intention of our school district. And Hillary did a great job of explaining all the positive aspects and attributes of it. And so that's where I am.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, really appreciate you with that clarification. Any further questions? Seeing none, Hillary, thank you very much for your time and for your testimony. And I wish you a wonderful evening. Rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dr. Ian R. Downey. Dr. Ian R. Downey, you may start with stating your name and whether you live in the district. I believe you are muted now. So Dr. Ian Downey, we cannot hear you. We're still muted. And I believe if you're calling from a phone, there might be an option that you need to dial to unmute yourself over the Zoom platform or over the Zoom technology. So I'm not sure what's that. I believe to toggle mute unmute, you need to, if you hear me, dial *6. *6. Now I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'll try and keep it brief. Basically, it seems that the summary of your policy is that the minorities just aren't getting they need to be vaccinated. And what they need to do is be forced into it by having their children pushed out of the school. But since you have to educate everyone, how are you going to afford the second virtual schooling on the budget you have? You're going to have to touch something. Also, I don't think that people intended for minorities to be treated this way. Surely they should be included in the school. Surely they should be able to sit in the class with everyone else. It seems, well, that you might be creating an environment that isn't really as inclusive as you intend. Something else to consider. As one of the first schools to go ahead and implement this sort of policy, we're going to get attention. Do we have a plan for dealing with that attention when it arrives? I will cede the rest of my time because I think I've already brought up enough topics, but I would be very interested in the budgeting and the attention parts. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Do you mind for a minute if you could state your name for the record and whether you live in the district or not? You are muted. We cannot hear you. All right. Let the record show that the individual declines to state their name on the record. Next up is Peter Ringland. Peter Ringo, welcome. You may begin after stating your name and whether you live in the district or not, and then you can start with your testimony. And you are also muted.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Are there?
Please state your, yes, please state your
Go
name
ahead.
and whether you live, and then you may start.
My name's Peter Ringo. I live on the south side of Corvallis.
You may begin when you're ready.
I'm sorry, could you, I got to turn up my volume. You want this again?
Yes.
Peter
You may
Ringo.
begin.
I may begin my talk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, well, first of all, thanks for hearing my comments. I'd like to start with clarifying the COVID vaccine that's been approved by the FDA is not a Pfizer product, as widely claimed in the press. I just want to say this. The approval letter from the FDA is addressed to BioNTech, not to Pfizer. The letter to Pfizer just renews its emergency use authorization.
So the FDA also states in its letter to Pfizer that its vaccine has the same formulation as BioNTech's approved vaccine and can be used interchangeably with it, quote, without presenting any safety or effectiveness concerns. However, in its letter to BioNTech, approval is conditional upon the completion of 13 more studies, indicating that the safety of this vaccine has not been fully investigated. 6 of those studies are on myocarditis and pericarditis, which have been noted to occur especially in adolescent boys and young men. These studies have submission dates between 2022 and 2027. It's very concerning to me that these vaccines are being administered to adolescents while the studies on serious adverse events that affect them are ongoing. What's also concerning is that clinical trials have shown that there's approximately 1 in 1,000 chance of paralysis in kids receiving the injection. A Pfizer biodistribution study documents the spike protein itself as a toxin with the possibility of causing cardiovascular damage and infertility. A University of California study found that boys aged 12 to 15 with no underlying medical conditions are 4 to 6 times more likely to be diagnosed with vaccine-related myocarditis than ending up in the hospital with COVID. All this seems to run contrary to FDA's assurance that Pfizer's formulation should not present any safety concerns. Yet school boards, including ours, are considering requiring students to get vaccinated for COVID, an illness that's almost always mild in young people. I'd like to end with suggesting 3 ways I think the board could help with increase unvaccinated students' trust in people who want them to get vaccinated. 1, openly and solidly support students' right to consent or withhold consent to vaccination, which is probably especially important to students of color. 2, assure unvaccinated students you will do everything in your power to signal to the student body that it's unacceptable to bully or exclude students who aren't vaccinated, and back up your words with action. 3, assure unvaccinated students that will not mandate these vaccines until the research on the adverse events that would most affect them is complete, and commit to this as a board. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Peter. And since seeing there's no questions from the board, I would like to wish you a good rest of your evening. Thank you.
Can I just make a point?
Yes, please.
I just want to clarify that the Pfizer vaccine and the BioNTech vaccine is a partnership between those 2 companies, and that those 2 vaccines are biologically and chemically the same thing. And I would like to point out to the speaker that we just had a discussion largely about the safety of these vaccines. So I would encourage you to carefully watch the beginning of the discussion with our public health office and continue to follow the research.
Thank you. Point of information well taken.
May I respond to that?
No, unfortunately, I would love to, but unfortunately,
it's very brief.
I'm sorry.
It's very brief. I did say they have the same formulation in my talk.
I understand.
I'm very aware.
I'm sorry. I understand, but unfortunately, we don't do deliberation. Board members may ask a qualifying question, and Vice Chair Serafin McDonald stated the points of information. So really, thank you. Feel free to reach out to us individually or over email, and I'm sure board members will be willing to have a conversation if you reach out. So thank you for your time. And next up is Matt Goff. Matt or Matt Goff? Matt, welcome. You may unmute and state your name and whether you live in the district or not, and then you may start with your comment right after. And Matt, you are still muted.
Yeah.
Now you are muted.
All right. I think I'm unmuted. My name is Reverend Matt Goff. I live in the district area. I'll try to be very brief because I know you have a lot of commenters, but I thought I felt it important to speak to you today, as I knew you were likely to get a large turnout of dissenting voices that might not be too proportional to actual public sentiment. So I want to assure you that I speak for many in the community that I lead in saying we are supportive of requiring
vaccines in our schools. I, along with my community, urge you not to be swayed by a vocal minority and to know that we support you in taking the measures necessary to make our community as safe as possible for our students, our teachers, our school staff, administrators, and the entire community. I could tell you a personal story about how we have teachers who may be going through things like chemo or wrestling with other immunocompromised health issues, if I could do so without losing it. But please know there are stories you don't see of those who bravely go to school each day to learn or to work at great risk to their own or someone in their household's health. So please think of them. Because many against requiring vaccinations invoke their faith in doing so, let me assure you that there are many people of faith who revere science and trust our ability to use science to combat disease and who support requiring them. We find absolutely no justification for exemptions on a religious basis and actually believe we are called to put the whole, our neighbors and community, above our own needs. However, in this case, we hold that getting a vaccine is an act of loving our neighbor and also ourselves. I do urge you to wrestle with how to close the gaps where we see the equity and lack of equity represented in the data, and I know and trust that you will do so. Finally, I just thank Superintendent Noss and the board for your tireless work during this very difficult time in history and the leadership that you have shown. And if I also may add, I'm very happy to see the steps you are considering in affirming our LGBTQ I2S plus community. And you can count myself and the First Presbyterian Church of Corvallis as our allies in that effort. Thank you very much. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Do we have any questions from board or students representatives? Seeing there is no questions, Reverend Matt Gott, thank you for your comments and have a wonderful rest of your evening. Next up is Jace Pouncey. Jace Pouncey's number does not seem to be here. So I'd like to ask for staff to let me know, but before the end of the public comments, if they show up later. Next up is Lori Marshall. Lori Marshall. Lori Marshall, you may unmute, state your name and whether you live in the district or not, and then you may start your comments right after.
Hello, this is Lori Marshall. I live within the Corvallis School District.
Welcome. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You may begin.
Thank you. I am unmuted, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking my call, my comment. I appreciate that. And of course, I am very nervous. I admit it. Okay. I am commenting today in opposition of the Corvallis School District mandating this COVID-19 vaccine for children. Children have a 99.99873% chance of surviving it. And honestly, we have to talk about, and we're grateful for that. I'm very grateful for that. We have to talk about people who have died with COVID. What are their comorbidities? That's not something I've heard tonight. So, and I haven't heard about deaths. Yes, cases are rising, and I'm sorry. I don't want people to be sick. I want people to be healthy. But we haven't talked about, well, so we have cases, but do we have deaths? That's a question. We have had so many people have COVID. What about natural immunity? Can we acknowledge that natural immunity is still a thing? It's always been a thing throughout research. One of the other concerns in terms of the equity piece, I think we need to respect people. There's been a lot of messaging out, and maybe it hasn't been presented in the way that people can hear it. It still has been presented. My hope is they can hear it, but maybe we need to acknowledge that their answer is no, and that's okay. Maybe they've had COVID and they said, hey, I know I've got that natural immunity because throughout all history, natural immunity has been a plus, and we're glad about that. So that's something I think we need to consider. I think we need to also consider some long-term effects. I think we need to acknowledge other states in our United States of America are not forcing mandates on children or adults to take this vaccine. I think we need to acknowledge that there are other countries that have said, hey, we're not going to do these shots for younger people because we see the potential for side effects. So those are my thoughts. I would just like you to, the board, to consider that we continue to gather information and take a year or two. Maybe we pause and we say, hey, are we going to reach herd immunity? Those who've gotten vaccinated, it's very high in Benton County, and those who've already had it. And maybe that combination is that all herd immunity that the person mentioned earlier tonight. So I just wanted to bring those up. Again, I do admit I'm very nervous. I do appreciate you letting me talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. If you may stick around, we have two questions from Kate, Students Representative Kate Volz, and then Isaiah Tana. Kate?
Yeah, so I would just like to ask if you believe that the pause in waiting for a vaccine is worth the kind of pause in in-person learning that will eventually have to happen if vaccination numbers don't go up enough to prevent cases within our K-12 schools, because that's what happened. That's why we had to stay virtual last year. And we've seen that not only does that have a greatly significant impact on our education, but it also has an even greater impact on our equity communities. And I'm wondering if, in your opinion, it's worth it to wait for students to get sick or bring that virus home to their parents and potentially have to go back to virtual learning rather than a vaccine that's been proven to be safe.
Well, I wonder, so, oh, I'm sorry. I see your lips moving on the YouTube, but I think you're done. Okay, so I think we have to acknowledge that many people have been out and working in a variety of jobs that have probably exposed themselves to this virus. And so they've brought home, and I'm sorry, but they likely might have had it already, maybe not gotten tested because they don't want to be stigmatized, right? So I think that's a factor. It might be a herd immunity. They might have already had it. I 100% believe children need to be in school, in person. Absolutely. I see the gap, and it's heartbreaking. And I know I can look and I can search, I can research. I know I'm not a PhD, but I can still search, and I can look at other states who've had their children in school without mandates, without masks. And I want them to be in school. I do. I really do. And it is possible to do it without a mandated vaccine and without masks as well.
We have a question from Isaiah and then Calvin, Student Representative Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what do you mean by pause? And also, if you're stopping vaccines, how much are you gonna wait until deaths slow down? Because, right, like I forgot earlier, somebody mentioned that there was like a 99% survival rate if they do catch COVID. Or how are you gonna really risk 2 years of not being vaccinated for people to die, like worldwide? And for the countries also themselves that didn't choose to force shots, how many deaths do you think that caused?
Well, I certainly wouldn't be able to speculate on the answers to your question. I do think we have to acknowledge that vaccinated people are spreading this virus. When I get an email that says a vaccinated child has exposed someone else, it doesn't say the child is vaccinated, but it says they only have to quarantine for 10 days. If you're unvaccinated, you have to quarantine for 14. So the vaccinated are spreading it. So we need to realize that too as well.
Yeah, but no matter what, if you catch it, then you have to quarantine.
Sorry,
you have to
Isaiah.
quarantine.
Isaiah, sorry to interrupt, but the time for the question and answers are expired. But I see Vice Chair Sarah McDonald is seeking recognition.
My bad.
I had a point of information.
Yes.
There is, especially in the last few weeks, there has been lots of research that has come out that the time in which vaccinated people who are infected are spreading the virus is shorter than non-vaccinated people, and that the the likelihood of somebody contracting the virus from a vaccinated person is significantly lower than it is for a vaccinated person. That there's in evidence in labs that the infection with virus shed by a vaccinated person who's infected versus a unvaccinated person who's infected, that those viruses from a vaccinated person are much less likely to infect cells. So the reason for those differences in quarantining is researched, and it's a significant difference in spread.
Thank you. Point of information well taken. Lori, if you may stick around, we have Vince, for what reason you're seeking recognition?
I'm seeking a point of order. Public comment is a time for the board to hear from the public. I'm afraid that if we continue in this manner, that this will turn into debate. That's what's happening right now is debate. There will be time for that in the next agenda item to discuss these matters, but I'd like to hear from the public, and I want to do it in a timely manner so folks can go home.
Thank you, Vince. Point of order well taken. Board members will focus on asking questions and hearing from the public. Lahoy, are you seeking recognition?
It's okay. It was a point of information and clarity for the community about people who die, but it's fine. I could wait if because of
the point of information is in its place if you would like to say it.
It's just a point of order or no, a point of information that people have died from the here in Oregon. I personally have lost 2 very close people in the last couple months to COVID. And that's not counting all the people since the pandemic started here in the state, and maybe not in Corvallis, but within very close range. And I think it's important for the public to know that people are still dying of COVID. So as we hear comments and things, if people can try to be respectful to each other who are listening with that information.
Information well taken, Lahoy. Thank you. And I want to thank Isaiah and also Calvin, who is on the docket for your patience. And I apologize for not being able to ask questions since the Q&A period has terminated. And I want to thank Lori Marshall for the public comments. And next up is Alex Goff. Alex, please state your name and whether you live in the district, and then you may begin immediately after with your comment.
Hi, I'm Alex Goff. I live in the district. I wanted to say thank you to the board and to Superintendent Ryan Noss for holding this discussion. I'm a freshman at Crescent Valley High School, and I'm speaking in favor of mandatory vaccines for medically eligible Corvallis School District students age 12 and older. In the past year and a half, COVID-19 has caused many children to suffer, especially in our state, and in general, it's taken the lives of about 750 under 18-year-olds. And if a vaccine mandate can help us put a stop to that, I'm all for it. As a student, we're already required to be immunized against many diseases and viruses, and yet the COVID vaccine is the most disputed so far, even though all of these vaccines have potential side effects too. And the COVID vaccine for 12 to 18-year-olds went through extensive testing and trials to make sure it's safe for youth. Unless you are medically exempt, there's no harm this vaccine will cause. And so personally, I think that there is a good reason to mandating this vaccine for our students. I think it is more about other people than ourselves. If COVID was not contagious and you chose to not get the vaccine, that would be your right. But when it threatens the safety of others, it becomes a problem for everyone, in my opinion. I think it is selfish and unsafe to not get vaccinated if medically eligible, and not just for the safety of yourself, but the safety for others as well. Students like myself have been waiting eagerly for school to return to normalcy, and this can help achieve that. Without this mandate, I fear COVID could get out of hand and send us back in online school. And I hope the school board will support mandating student vaccinations. Thank you for your time. And I also wanted to say thank you to Superintendent Ryan Noss for being such an advocate for equity issues and rates surrounding and involving the vaccine. And thank you for the board for hearing all of our comments.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Is there any questions for Alex? Seeing none, Alex, thank you for your comments, and I wish you a wonderful rest of your evening. Up next is Dave Evelyn. Dave, please state your name and whether you live in the district, and then you may begin with your comments right after. Dave, we cannot hear you. Dave, you appear to be unmuted on the platform, but we cannot hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Please turn down the volume from the YouTube, and you may start by stating your name and whether you live in the district, and then begin with your comments.
All right. My name is Dave Eveland. I do live in the district, and I want to thank. Hang on. I'm still getting feedback. Give me one more. Anyway, I want to thank the board members for putting on this discussion tonight, and I appreciate you trying to keep the schools open. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The mandate under consideration was proposed and has been defended as a way to keep schools open and keep our kids in the classroom. It seems to be the most obvious, convenient, and easy way to do this because the vaccines really are amazing science. Unfortunately, to me, it's neither obvious nor convenient nor easy. Mandate of any of the available SARS-CoV-2 vaccines would violate human rights that we've historically treasured in Oregon and in the United States. The vaccine mandate would violate informed consent, which at any other time would be staunchly defended in Corvallis and in Oregon. And this mandate would segregate, divide, and create unequal opportunity for those students who choose not to take the vaccine. All of these effects violate the principles of this community and the school district. These vaccines are proven as effective in minimizing illness from COVID-19 disease, but that's a narrow lens for evaluating their success or their safety. These vaccines are not proven nor approved for this age group. The manufacturers and the approving bodies acknowledge that there are known and unknown risks. And these pharmaceutical manufacturers still have years of testing and reporting before the vaccines are fully authorized for distribution. This FDA process of full authorization exists to better understand safety. While I think most would agree that short-term safety is while they're proving to be safe in the short term, long-term safety is unknown at this time. At this time, manufacturers and public health officials don't even fully understand appropriate dosing in different age groups and for those who have been previously infected, and this would seem relatively easy to know. Moreover, teens do not need these vaccines, at least not currently. There is no disease data for teens that screams the need to justify any, and I emphasize any, unknown short or long-term risks that could result from the vaccine. In fact, the data shows most teens easily recover from the infection, and their immunity from the infection protects from future infection and from the spread.
Dave, your time is up. Thank you. And seeing there's no questions from the board, I would like to thank you for your comments and wish you a good rest of your evening. Thank you. Up next is Trevor and Melissa Norland. Trevor and Melissa Norland, feel free to unmute and state your name or names and whether you live in the district, and then you may begin with your comments right after. I believe you are muted by the platform, so dial *6. You're still muted. Trevor or Melissa Norland.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you so much for taking my comment. So my name is Melissa Norland, and yes, I do live in this district. As a parent of a Corvallis School District student, I'm deeply concerned by the efforts and intentions of this Corvallis School Board to require the COVID-19 vaccine for the students of the Corvallis School District. You, the board, have voiced and acted upon a commitment of inclusion and equity for much of the past year. The current quarantine policies in place, which overwhelmingly impact the unvaccinated students, are both punitive and discriminatory. Rather than address the obvious inequities and shortfalls of the current policies, you seem quick to mandate the COVID-19 vaccine. Unless I've missed something, has there been any dialogue with the Department of Education or the Oregon Health Authority about how our current quarantine policies unfairly target those students who are unvaccinated, especially since we know that both the vaccinated and unvaccinated can each become infected and transmit the virus? Oregon currently has the most stringent quarantine policies in the nation. Even Washington and California have figured out how to keep these kids in school while in the midst of COVID-19. Have you looked into adopting the Test to Stay program, which is proving to be successful in many of the other school districts across the country? This program would serve to benefit our student population by minimizing their quarantine times, and also would provide real-time information of active infections for the school district. The COVID-19 vaccines have never been said to prevent infection nor prevent transmission. Within the Corvallis School District, we have documented cases in which fully vaccinated students and staff members have tested positive for COVID-19 and then inadvertently exposed others. Our Corvallis school community has seen our policies play out, and the discriminatory and punitive nature of them cannot be denied. Our students are witnessing these unfair policies and, in my opinion, are learning how to segregate and discriminate in real time. Vaccinated does not mean immune to infection, just as unvaccinated does not mean infected. We are demonstrating to our students how to identify a minority group, stigmatize them, shame and bully them, and then discriminate them, and eventually segregate them from the greater Corvallis School District community. I ask of you, the Corvallis School Board, to consider whether this is the legacy that you want to leave. Why does the Corvallis School Board feel it necessary to lead the charge on this mandate, especially when we have such a high vaccine uptake in both our community members and students within the 12 to 17-year-old age groups? With between 60 and 70% of the student population already vaccinated, why the push for the other 30%? Barring children from in-person education for their medical choices is not healthcare.
Thank you. Your time is up. I would like to thank you for your testimony, and I do have one question from a student representative. So we'll start the Q&A period. Calvin, what's your question?
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering, when you're saying about how it is discriminatory and how we're learning how to discriminate in real time, what do you mean by that? If as pointed to the CHS representatives noted at the beginning, that incomplete data study, about 87% of people were in favor of the vaccine, and if we're pushing for the other 30%, 87 would then, like that 87% would mean that some people in that 30% are for the mandate. And I was wondering how that affects your view on if we're learning to discriminate if some people haven't been vaccinated are pregnant.
Well, Calvin, so the school district is proposing for those students that don't choose to take the vaccine that they will then be barred from in-person school. So they would be then sent home and separated from their peers for in-person school. So while there is definitely a majority of people may be favoring these mandates, there is a segment of the school population that is not. And so there are plenty of fully vaccinated people that also do not agree with these mandates, that do feel it is important for people to make their own medical decisions, and also for children to be able to have access to in-person school at any time. So that was a very good question. Thank you, Calvin.
Could I follow up on that, Sammy?
Sure.
Do we have time?
Yes, and you have 1.5 minutes.
Okay, you noted that it's important for people to follow up on their own, like to make their own medical choices. Is it the medical choice, like for high school students, is it the choices that they want, or is it the medical choices that the parents want that we are following up on? And I'm curious which demographic is actually being represented in pro and con in the vaccine mandate, and if those two demographics are opposed to each other, what route should the school board take?
Well, I think Oregon is definitely a unique, in a unique situation where 15 years and older is actually able to make the medical decisions for themselves, and oftentimes against their parents' knowledge. I'm not sure that many parents are aware of that, but we do have some laws currently in place where there is that available for children. I think it is important to both recognize the medical choices of both children and parents. But while in relation to the COVID-19 vaccine, I think that it is a family decision.
Thank you very much for your answer, and the time period for the Q&A has terminated for that. I want to thank you and I wish you a wonderful rest of your evening. And next up is Brian Moore. Brian, you may begin with your name and whether you live in the district, and then with your comments. Brian, welcome. You may begin with your name and whether you live in the district, and then with your public comments. And you are muted by the platform, so if you're on the phone, dial *6. You're still muted. Brian, we cannot hear you. Dial *6 or unmute your phone. Brian, we cannot hear you. So Brian, you appear on Zoom that you are muted. Please dial *6. Now, as a reminder for the rest of public comment folks, please make sure you listen.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. You may begin with stating your name and whether you live in the district, and then begin with your comments.
Yeah, my name is Brian Moore, and I am in the school district boundaries. I'm a concerned parent of a Crescent Valley High School student about the decisions of the school district as they relate to mandating a new COVID-19 vaccination for all students. Chiefly, every parent in this district is owed an explanation why vaccination is even necessary to mandate. Children and teenagers are at the very lowest risk for fatality or serious injury from contracting this viral agent. To my knowledge, not one student has expired from COVID-19 in the Corvallis School District. According to USA Today, 6 days ago, on October 8th, they reported out of the 73 million children in the United States, less than 700 children have perished from COVID-19. That number yields a 99.99904% survival rate for people under 18, and that is among a largely unvaccinated group. According to Dr. Martin McCary's research team at Johns Hopkins, they are not even aware of a single case of a healthy child expiring from COVID-19. In possibly all circumstances, there has been the presence of a comorbidity among the deceased. As Dr. McCary notes in MedPage today, given that the risk of a healthy child dying is between 0 and infinitesimally rare, it is understandable that many parents are appropriately asking, why vaccinate healthy kids at all? If you go back and look at the VAERS data, which is freely accessible to the public, there are over 14,925 deaths reported to VAERS since December 2020. In addition, there are over 60,000 reported hospitalizations, 15,000 life-threatening events, 19,000 permanent disabilities, and over 700,000 adverse reactions from COVID-19 vaccinations. Many estimates put the total volume of VAERS reports at around 10% of the actual volume of adverse events. which means there are possibly as many as 150,000 deaths from the COVID-19 vaccine and millions of unreported adverse reactions in the U.S. alone. If the district wishes to engage in mandating experimental vaccinations, then the onus is on them to provide data and answers that support their decision. First of all, what are the ingredients inside the vaccine? Certainly, if you're going to mandate an injection on the entire student body, you should be able to tell us what's inside them and then what the short and long-term side effects might be. Have these vaccines passed adequate animal testing in human trials? You must provide data to the parents and the district so we can make educated decisions. Coercion is not an acceptable means of persuading families and parents to accept experimental vaccinations that did not exist 2 years ago. These are not thoroughly tested or understood by anyone, so please tell us why we should trust this decision. Without these basic answers, there can be no confidence in this body, and I would urge other parents to do their research before hastily letting the state or the district tell you what they're going to shoot in your child's arm. Secondly, why are there no medical exemptions allowed? Our daughter suffers from epilepsy. We have to work every day to help control her seizures. Just a few weeks ago, I rushed her to the emergency room because she collapsed from a seizure in the restroom. If you have a child with an ailment or a medical condition, you may feel similar to my wife and me, and you're skeptical and cautious about injecting new drugs into their body.
You are muted now, so we cannot hear you until I share something important with you. Your time is up, but while your time is up, we have 3 questions. Our 3 folks want to ask you questions. And I want to acknowledge in 3 minutes, especially as you're sharing information that's really important and dear to you, I want to acknowledge 3 minutes is not always trauma-informed. So I want to thank you for sharing this information. And as you start talking, I don't want to intend to cut you while you're sharing such important information, but your time is up. So with that, if you're hearing me now, let's unmute him. And if you hear us, we have 3 questions from Kate, and then Sarah and Lavoy. Brian, can you hear us? Oh, you need to unmute yourself right now. So could you unmute yourself with *6?
Hello?
Yes. So with that,
I'm sorry.
Brian,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Your math is making it so hard to understand anything you're saying. I could barely comprehend anything that you just said.
it's all right. So what I was saying is I appreciate you sharing, and your time is up. And I want to be really mindful that you are sharing important information. So I want to just make sure you recognize that. We have questions. Next up is Kate. Kate?
Yeah, so I don't know if you were watching the live stream earlier with the Benton County health experts, but they had some really good input into the actual statistical significance and importance scientifically of the VAERS data. I thought that was really insightful of them. And considering that information, yes, there are going to be, for some people who do have, medical conditions that may mean that they shouldn't get the vaccine. And if those people exist, should we not all take it upon ourselves to get vaccinated to protect those people from the spread of COVID-19, because we can, and we can help reach herd immunity without risking them getting sick and dying?
No child has even died in this district. You're talking about a virus that has a 99.99904% survival rate for children. Isn't it interesting that the cold, the seasonal flu, pneumonia seems to have all just magically vanished? And we're told, by the way, on a regular basis that it's because of the effectiveness and efficacy of masks. So what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to believe that all these other illnesses are no longer transmissible. Those things have all been protected by just wearing masks. But COVID-19, boy, it's a really smart virus, and it actually is way smarter than all the other viruses.
Brian, we have a question from Lahoya. It's okay when you have 1 minute and 15 seconds. So if it's okay, we can allow Lahoya to ask a question. Lahoya?
It's a point of information, and Kate said some of it was that there's VAERS data in the beginning of this presentation that I encourage community members to watch, and also to acknowledge that
VAERS data is available to the public. Anyone can go and look at it.
Brian, please, I need to let Lahoya finish her points of information.
You can.
That's not a question. But you want to whitewash theirs. Your board
All right,
wants to sit here and
This is this is
Thank you.
disruptive. Please, the public comment is terminated. Lily, what's your point of information?
The point of information, thank you, Sammy, because it wasn't actually a question. Thank you for that. And also that there's been discussion in past board meetings about the exemption information for Oregon has been mentioned in past meetings if community's interested in looking at that. So for a point of information for the community.
Thank you. Points of information well taken. As a reminder, the public should engage in orderly conduct and we should speak one person at a time. So with that, I would like to invite you next.
Kathy's not on the line. It's going to be Brent.
All right, so we do not have Kathy Lane or Kala staff on the line. So next up is Brent Pawlowski. Brent, you may start with stating your name, whether you live in the district, and then with your comments. We can't hear you, Brent. You may begin.
Hi, I am Brent Pawlowski. I'm a Corvallis native and attended Corvallis schools for my K-12 education. I've had 2 children go through Corvallis schools and 2 children currently in high school. I'm here to voice my opposition to the intentions of the school board to mandate COVID shots for students in Corvallis schools. The school board members are not medical professionals. Medical decisions are between parents and their doctor to decide what is medically best for their children. The school board should not be mandating that I give my young daughter an adult dosage of a COVID vaccine. Data shows kids are a very low risk factor. Tragically, a small population of kids, mostly with comorbidities, have died. State and national data show that kids are more likely to die from suicide, pneumonia, drowning, or car crashes than die from COVID. Some argue that mandating COVID vaccine is the same as requiring other childhood vaccinations to attend school. It isn't the same. I agree that vaccines have been positive, life-changing events. However, COVID vaccine, as it is called, is not a traditional vaccine. All of those other life-changing vaccines have prevented the recipient from getting the disease, polio, smallpox, etc. The COVID vaccine does not do that, does not keep recipients from getting the virus. Now, reports have said that COVID vaccinated people can still get and spread the virus. The COVID shot reduces the likelihood of severe or life-threatening symptoms. That's why the shot was first offered to the high-risk groups. The COVID shot has been out for at least 10 months now and is said to be safe and effective. Those who are at high risk have had ample opportunity to get the shot. The data does not support mandating a COVID vaccine for school-age kids. If the school board proposals to put the unvaccinated in remote learning, studies vary state to state, but suggest that this would disproportionately affect non-whites and lower income brackets. Such a policy would not be equitable. To summarize, children 0 to 17 are not the risk group, nor are they dying from the disease. Unvaccinated kids are not putting the vaccinated at risk. A school vaccine mandate would disproportionately affect the non-white and lower income households. Parents should decide what is best for their kids, not a non-medical members of a school board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent. I'm seeing there's no questions. I want to thank you for your time and wishing you a wonderful rest of your evening. Next up is Andrea Pawlowski. Andrea, you're on the line and you may begin with stating your name, whether you live in the district, and then with your comments. Andrea, we cannot hear you. Andrea Pawlowski, you appear to be unmuted on the platform, but we cannot hear you. Maybe you need to unmute on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Andrea Pulowski, and I'm also a native Oregonian. I'm the mother of 4 children. 2 of them are still in high school here in Corvallis. I'm sorry, I do live within the school district boundary. I'm requesting that you do not impose a mandate on the children attending school in this district. Your job as elected school board members is to work on providing the best quality education and access that is appropriate for all of the district's children. Your job is not to take any freedoms away from students or their families. In deciding whether or not to get the COVID vaccine shot, it really is a personal and private decision, which should be made by students with their families and their medical providers. Again, you are not medical professionals. You are elected to work on quality education, equitable education, fairness for all students in our district. As we've already heard here tonight, Oregon's children are healthy. They're not dying from this virus. We've had 3 children under the age of 17 who died from COVID in Oregon. All 3 of them had comorbidities. And while, you know, I'm a mom, I have to admit the death of any child is tragic. Data shows in this state, vastly more children have died of suicide. In 2019, the number was 118 young adults under the age of 24. It's expected to be even higher in 20 and 21 due to lockdown and COVID stressors. Oregon is leading the country. We're number 9, I think, in suicide rates, our state. We're not a real populated state in comparison to some of the others. That number is almost 4,000% higher than the students who died of COVID. And you want to lock our children away if they've decided with their doctor or another medical professional, for whatever reason, this is not right for them. And finally, this mandate isn't right for Oregon. I am an Oregonian. I was born here. I've lived here all my life. I've lived in Corvallis 35 years. Oregonians have a long tradition of valuing their freedoms. One of their freedoms is the right to medical choices. In fact, Oregon has been a national leader in this. Voters clearly voted in '97 to legalize physician-assisted suicide. They voted again in '98 to legalize medical marijuana. In 2020, they voted to legalize magic mushrooms. This state is all about my body, my choice. And whether you agree with those things or not, you do get the idea. Oregon wants to make their own informed medical choices. Oregonians want to decide for themselves whether to give their children a shot or not. So I'm asking you, don't mandate, don't segregate, and don't discriminate.
Thank you, Andrea. Your time is up. I would like to open up for a question from the way back there.
It's just a point of information that suicide is a very significant issue among youth, and it's a very close topic to many people, including myself, with the death of my nephew who died of suicide actually coming up next week. And I know that comments about suicide can be very triggering to folk that have lost relatives and loved ones. And I encourage folk to reach out to the National Suicide Hotline if this conversation was triggering to you, and to remind the public to respect people's experiences, once again, as I did earlier. Thank you.
Point of information well taken, and the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is 800-273-8255, 800-273-8255. Help is always there. And with that, I would like to thank you, Melissa, for your comments, and wishing you wonderful. Andrea, I'm sorry, Andrea, I apologize. Andrea, I want to thank you for your comments and wish you a wonderful rest of your evening. And with that, do we have any other public comments? Thank you. Seeing we don't have further public comments, for those who registered, the public comment period now is closed. And I would like to encourage community members to continue to connect with the board by email or registering to public comment periods in the future. With that, the chair would like to note a few things before we recess. And after the recess, the board will be deliberating and providing direction on this agenda item. A couple things to note. First of all, gratitude to our student representatives who usually excuse themselves at 8, but they're still marching on. I want to give you the opportunity, whether you want to march on and continue, feel free to do so, or if you want to excuse yourself, that's also an option. So don't feel obligated, but we really value your valuable questions and deliberation. With that, also, the chair would like to add and state there are some, as board members identified, some information that was false or inaccurate. And also there were comments that were not trauma informed and were traumatizing. The chair acknowledges that and would like to state that public comments are provided by the public, not sanctioned by the board. And the board encourages community members to refer to information that's medically accurate, whether it is from earlier tonight, where we heard from experts, or by consulting their pediatrician or doctor. With that, does any board member have an objection to a 10 minutes recess? Or would you like to extend it more? I think 10 minutes is reasonable. All right. Seeing there's no objection, we are recessing for 10 minutes. We will be joining back at 9:28. The Corvallis School Board is returning from recess. And we have right now the COVID vaccination board discussion and direction to the superintendent. Board members, would anyone like to seek to be recognized? And with that, student representatives as well. Vince?
Thank you. Let me get my notes in front of me here. Oh goodness, where to begin? I think I want to begin first by expressing appreciation for the superintendent bringing that expert panel to present for the board and answer our questions. That was immensely useful and very helpful. You know, Dr. Barnworth, you know, admonished us a little bit that we were focused on the vaccine and not on community engagement efforts. And I think I can't speak for all of my colleagues, but my sense is that I have deep confidence in the ability of the district to partner with the county and to do community engagement. The superintendent has time and again demonstrated his ability to engage our hard to reach communities to bring that voice to the work that we do. And so I think while we didn't focus on that, I suspect that I was asking questions about the vaccines because I really wanted to clear the air on those issues that the board surfaced during that discussion. And I'm happy to pivot to that topic now. I really appreciate the recommendation of the superintendent. I really appreciate that it is aligned to our goal number 6, and in particular, our revision to goal number 6, where the work that we're going to do around COVID is done in collaboration with our local public health authority and community partners. One of the things that I appreciated the question, I forget who asked it. It was about herd immunity. Maybe it was Sarah that asked it, was what was the vax rate? What's the goal vax rate? And so the thing that is what I'm not hearing or what I haven't seen is what's the goal? What are those key metrics that we're going to track? I mean, clearly case rates is one of them, vaccination rate is another, but what are those goal numbers? And maybe we don't have goal numbers, solid goal numbers to go for, but having some clarity around that would be helpful for me and helpful in monitoring progress. Perhaps what I appreciate most about this proposal is that it is focused on creating a culturally responsive effort to reach parity in our vaccination rate before we consider deployment of a vaccine requirement. So that ensures equal access to health preserving measures. Currently, we're not where we want to be. And so I really appreciated that approach, that we're first going to try and reach parity in our vaccination rate through outreach and engagement. And then we're going to consider additional measures. Let's see. I think that's all I have in my notes here. And that the other piece is that we're going to exhaust our outreach and engagement efforts before considering a vaccine requirement. So those are my comments. I really appreciate the work of the superintendent over the last couple of weeks and all that you've done to bring this information to the board and to prepare the district. And I appreciate my colleagues in asking all, including our student representatives, all the insightful questions that were asked in this conversation leading up to now. And I yield back.
Thanks, Vince. Just for the board, we're going to designate 11 minutes remaining for this topic. You're in control if you want to extend the time, but you know the implications of how long that would mean the meeting will go. So with that, Sarah, and then Lou, and then Shauna. Sarah.
Yeah, I think one of the things that needs to be clear as we talk about vaccines is that the goal really here is to keep our schools open and to keep kids in schools. And that there's scientifically based reasons why there's a difference in things like quarantine times. And we know that spread happens differently in a highly vaccinated population, right? Within a population with low vaccine rates. And I clearly do not want to create an equity issue by imposing a mandate on a population that has not been well served by outreach efforts and not been well served by the medical community. And it is really our role as educators to play a piece in that outreach so that those families who are still hesitant about vaccines get the information they need, who have not had access to vaccines have the access that they need before we require them to get those vaccines. So I do agree with Vince that we need to exhaust our outreach effort. My discomfort with that is that I don't want others in the community to look at that effort and say, and feel like they're off the hook. We need vaccine rates to increase across our school population. We cannot rely on an underserved group to vaccinate us out of the potential problem we have with vaccine rates in our schools. So I think we need to see vaccine rates increase across all of the populations of our schools, not just on the ones who have not been reached. And I would like, if we take this approach of outreach and education and increasing access, I would like to have a clear plan for when we reassess our numbers, when we look at the success of that outreach effort and how effective it's been, possible issues or holes that are still remaining in that effort. So that if we get to a point where we can identify that we have now reached the people we can reach through education, and we still have lower vaccine rates than we need to keep our schools open safely and to keep our community open safely and to keep students from carrying home viruses to vulnerable family members, that we have a time set when we're going to look at those numbers and have a clear path forward from that point on.
Thank you. On Dr. Lahui, China, Therese, and Calvin, the chair recognizes Lahui. Hello?
Yeah, thanks everybody. Oh, it's giving feedback again. Is it? Okay. No, it's not. I don't know what happened. Maybe I was actually talking loud for once. First of all, I just wanted to thank the community for engaging with conversations with us both through email and this evening. We had tons of different responses coming in, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and say we may not have been able to individually respond to every single email that came in, but that does not mean we didn't read them or value the time that you put into reaching out to us. And I'm always one who likes to see a lot of public engagement with any of the things we work on. So I do want to acknowledge that. And really, the reason I asked the question earlier, and thank you to Ryan for bringing that panel in, it was super helpful to see the data because as everyone really knows, I like looking at data and numbers and the story it tells about our community. And we just can't read everything in the county numbers because the county is so big. And so I appreciate that the information that was brought in by the panel helped us see what's going on in the district and also with students in the district. And so that compressed view was really helpful in seeing where we're at. I wanted to, what I was trying to get to with that question about like seeing the low numbers in the district so far, if they are correlating with the county numbers, I think will really show that overlap of the vaccination rates being higher in the district. And I'm looking forward to seeing that information coming forward too. So as we continue to gather information, that'll be great. I really appreciate, Ryan, your recommendations because they prioritize that relationship with community, and it shows that we value the relationship building and the community partnerships, like it's already been mentioned, and also about community education about vaccines. So it's not just focused on all the students exactly, but it's also families and communities more broadly. I wanted to also go back to something Sarah mentioned about it being a more community-wide effort. While I appreciate the focus on the equity piece and the statistics showing that the numbers are a little bit lower for mostly BIPOC communities, those numbers overall in Corvallis, like population-wise, are small. So if we see those numbers go high, it's not going to raise our overall county numbers as high as we need them. So I appreciate Sarah pointing out it shouldn't be always on the backs of those who are most marginalized and least institutionally supported. It needs to be all of us working together. And I just really wanted to reemphasize that just from the population standpoint, because even in some of the data we've seen, some numbers couldn't even be reported because there's not enough students. And without risking or like violating their privacy. And so I really wanted to underscore that community effort. And I know that the recommendations you gave, Ryan, really focused on really those populations, but I think we need to make sure it's a larger network of a partnership in getting the vaccination rates up. That way it's everybody involved and not just the focus. I agree needs to focus on those communities, but it also needs to include everyone, and appreciate us helping stand behind our commitment to equity work and how certain communities are impacted differently. The last thing I would say about the conversation at this point is that I hope community, as they're continuing to engage with the board in the work that we do, really takes the time to look at the board packets, because those are released in advance for you all to have the information ahead of time. And I think it's really helpful. Like I know that the recommendations you gave tonight, Ryan, were in the board packet last Friday. And so there's been almost a week where folk could see ahead of time what you had in mind, not all the details, of course, but the direction that this conversation was going to go, which I don't think was necessarily reflected in some things we've heard over the last week. So I really wanted to encourage community to continue to educate themselves on the topics, both outside of what we present and also the information that's gathered and presented to the community, to be transparent with what our discussion is going to focus on. But thank you, Ryan, for all your work on this.
Thank you, Lou. And we have docket Shauna, Therese, and Calvin, and we're at the 2-minute mark. So the chair would entertain a request to extend the discussion time. Shauna, since you're on docket, do you seek extending our discussion time, and for how long?
I'll seek extending discussion time. It looks like there's 3 of us. So Therese and Calvin, I'll just look to you for head nods, maybe for an additional 10 to 12 minutes, so 3 or 4 minutes each.
All right, 12 minutes without objection. We're gonna change our time to 12 minutes. Plus what we have. So we have 15 total. Shauna, go for it.
Thank you, Sammy. So I just wanted to thank Ryan for all of your work, as well as others at the district who have helped be a part of really gathering information and starting this process of listening and engaging the community. And also thank you for bringing in the expert health panel today. I learned so much from that opportunity, and I hope that others were able to watch as well, or will go back and watch the recording. And I'll go back and rewatch to really be able to reference it again. And I want to also thank the community for reaching out today through public comment, as well as through an overwhelming number of emails that I know we've received to the board as a whole, as well as individually. And as I've gone through emails and worked on responding as well as I can, noting down some of the different reasons for, against, and also the nuances in that. And I just wanted to take a moment and share some of the things that we're hearing, because I know others may not don't have access to that information. So we've heard some very strong yes in favor of moving forward with vaccine requirements, with the underlying ideas of this will help with the goal of keeping kids healthy, safe, in schools, included, so they're able to learn, with a couple of that have come up, having been bring children back who have special healthcare challenges or who are immunocompromised, who are feeling isolated, segregated at home, or need to be in person to learn. Worry about stopping the spread or preventing additional variants, getting back to a more back to normal feel, additional protections for students, families, and the community. And we've also heard folks who are opposed to a vaccine requirement with thoughts around this isn't the role of the board, or maybe in some beliefs, it's not the role of any government entity. Fear of the vaccine and worry about the safety of the vaccine is something that we've been hearing quite a lot. Further inequities through a requirement, an assumption that information is what's needed to boost the vaccine uptake, and one that mirrors what we hear on the yes side, which is fear of segregation and isolation of students not being able to be in school. So that was really interesting to me, but that comes out as a worry and a fear on both sides, students' mental health, well-being, and seeing how challenging and even how harmful isolation has felt to so many. So I really just am leaning into that. Folks on all sides who are really thinking about this are leaning into the importance of students' mental health. And then I also want to acknowledge that it's not as simple as yes and no in what we're hearing either, that we're also hearing from folks who are saying, wait for FDA approval, wait for other districts to move forward first and see what happens. And then a lot of questions across all of, are there unintended consequences on either side that we, or on any of these sides, or within these nuanced conversations that we may not be thinking of yet. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of those different voices that we're hearing, all of these different sides, and express my appreciation for the board for leaning into a community process to be able to say, we need more time to listen, to learn, to engage with folks. And again, just to reflect that there seems to be really a shared goal underlying all of these big feelings that are coming out in the community of keeping children safe, keeping them in school, and keeping their mental health and well-being supported so that they can learn effectively. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Shauna. Therese?
I think Calvin was before me.
All right, Calvin.
Oh, I didn't realize that was before you. Okay. I want to like express appreciation for not only the board but the community and like their outreach and their public comments. Like we had way more public comments than I feel like we did last year, which just shows the community is engaged in this and involved. And it sounds like the board is also getting a lot of emails. So I want to show appreciation to the community for their outreach. And I think they're bringing up some good points in the equity of it all. Like students' mental health is important. And if we're going to move forward with this, we need to make sure that it's something that can be accessible to everyone and that it's not something that is impeding the learning of some students, because ultimately I feel that is the duty of the school board. And so I was wondering what, like if the school board has any ways that they're wondering, like they're thinking about increasing community outreach planned yet, or if there's anything out there already.
Thank you, Calvin. I'm gonna lean maybe on, sorry, I'm gonna pause our timer and have Ryan probably want to comment on that.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Calvin. So we have started to convene a group that includes folks from the county, folks from OSU, folks from basically around Corvallis to come together. And primarily that group is also folks that have a real focus on equity. And a group of people that are really committed to seeing those vaccination rates continue to improve, particularly amongst our communities of color. and the group's made up primarily of members of our community who are people of color, so that their perspectives and their language is represented in this work. And so we have been starting to meet and just to continue to talk about how best to engage in structures that are already in place in our community rather than creating something new. But again, looking at ways to continue to enhance. The other thing that I think is unique about our school district is that we are a different system than the health department. And so we have different relationships with our communities and with our families. And I think it's something that will be beneficial as we continue to work together in a way that we haven't necessarily done up to this point. You know, when we started accessing vaccine, it was large events at Research Stadium, and it was really looking at the whole community. And now we are becoming more and more focused in making sure that there's been access for everyone and continues to be. And so I think those are the conversations that we're having right now that are so important as we continue to move forward.
Thank you, Ryan. And I want to recognize, I know board members also asked questions, and I did not defer to Ryan. So just want to acknowledge that we'll have time for Ryan to respond as well, or maybe summarize the questions and recommendations. Calvin, do you have more comments, or do you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that response. I had one more thing that I was wondering if I could say, if there are like two separate, if like the student perspective and parent perspective disagrees, and we get enough from both perspectives to form a general opinion on perspectives, which will board go with in terms of how to go about this if like one perspective is agreeing and one perspective is disagreeing?
Calvin, are you asking, you want the board members to respond to how they would handle that? Or are you asking us as something to consider for future consideration?
Something to consider. It doesn't have to be answered. It's just like something to keep in mind, like, because it seems like the community is very involved in this. So if there's that community involvement and there's a divide, just like something to consider, like how we go around managing that.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Therese, for the clarifying question. Therese, you're up next.
Thanks, Sammy. I know we've been at this for a while, so I'm going to try to not say anything anyone has already said. So except for I will also, along with my colleagues, acknowledge appreciation for the number of people in the community who have taken time to share their perspective, their concerns or their questions, their support, whatever position they might be coming from. Community participation is always appreciated, even when there isn't a clear consensus. So thank you for taking time to share that. I also had this idea that I was going to respond to all of the emails. That did not happen. There were so very many emails. And I wanted to respond to the actual tone and questions of each of them. And so if you emailed and I haven't replied to you yet, I didn't forget you. I did read it. I hope I will be able to do that. I fear there will be another wave and that some may just get lost in the process. And so if you really wanted a response and you haven't gotten one, please email and tell me that. We did have, there was just a lot of community engagement, which was great. So a couple things that I I've observed that haven't been maybe talked about as much. I too appreciate the plan right now and its position on focus on communities, community development, community engagement. I share the concern that if parity becomes the focus, that's not a very good measure of community progress, because the numbers by percentage will not mean very much in terms of real steps forward, because we just don't have a lot of individual people by count. So even if we were to achieve huge numbers and get 100% of participants in particular communities in our in Corvallis or in Benton County, it would not nudge the needle far enough. And my concern in talking about it that way is that it will become another opportunity for, well, frankly, not communities of color to point the finger at communities of color and say, see, they needed targeted outreach because they weren't on board with this. And so that's a feeling, it's a concern, something I want us to be aware of. I want to acknowledge here that this vaccine hesitancy is not a new concern. I don't propose to know the reasons why any individual in our community has a concern. I would not suggest that without personal interaction and someone disclosing to me that I know their individual reasons. But I do know historically that medical procedures, vaccines, research on human subjects has been violent toward communities of color, very violent. So I will say that I don't know that that is in the minds of anybody or at the forefront. It's on my mind that if we now are going, oh, how do we engage a community? We cannot do that, I don't think, without effectively saying, hey, we haven't done right here. Historically, and as a country, as a community, as a culture, we have perpetuated a great violence against communities of color in the area of medical forced sterilizations, denying treatment for the purpose of gaining what we, I guess, would claim was knowledge about disease progression. All of these are just examples of things that have been inflicted upon individuals. And so I just want to say that I'm aware of that. I hope we keep in mind that there are a lot of factors that contribute to the way that communities may think about participating in any area of collective medicine. And in particular, in this area, there's just a really not pretty history. And so we need to be aware of that. To that end, I don't think any meaningful engagements begins unless it can start with, we've caused a lot of distrust. Collectively, we've caused a lot of distrust, and community of Corvallis, we white people who have largely been the people that have conducted these studies, participated in these have been in charge. We have participated in that. And so I want to just acknowledge that and ask us to think about that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that by and large, the community engagement, I think, has attempted to stay focused on the topic. But there were a couple of things that did concern me. And I just want to take a moment to say to the community who is listening, anyone who is still listening, thank you for still listening. There were a few exchanges that made references to things like the China virus, the Kung flu. Those references are not even subtly but racist. They're overtly racist. It's violent language. It is not discourse that I am willing to entertain or engage with. And I have to say, it really makes it difficult to consider any other thing that might be part of that message when it starts with the China virus. So I would ask our community to rise above and consider it's the language, consider the choice of language, consider the message that you are sending and how that spills over to any potentially valid point you might have when we're asked to look at it through what is so obviously racist framework. I very much want to be able to hear points. I don't think that there is any obligation on the part of our community to entertain that those references are acceptable or have any place in this conversation. So I want to just point that out. I don't think I've got a long list of things over here, and other people have either already said them better or they can totally wait for a future conversation because it's almost 10 o'clock. So thank you, Sammy, for the time. And I will mute myself now.
Thank you. Is there anyone who did not speak yet would like to be recognized? If not, Calvin, I'll give you 1 minute.
Yeah.
Maybe your hands were up from before. Probably that's what it is. So with that, I will say I would like to summarize the discussion, but it's very rich and focused where it's really hard for me to summarize. So I'm going to add one thing in context, which is I would like to reaffirm the goal that we're about to ratify or accept in a future agenda item tonight. Goal number 6, 2021-2022 goal in response to COVID-19. I think that's the objective, the public health, public policy, and educational objective that we should seek with any package of solutions, policy, or actions, or budgeting. All of that should lead into that goal. And I'm going to read it. It's relevant, I would say, even though we were going to talk about that goal and accepting it later on. As a school district adapts to the new conditions presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, take all preventative measures available, working with community partners to keep our schools open with students in our classrooms, make decisions focused on health and safety, student achievement, and equitable systems. And there are strategies that are focused to achieve that goal, including prioritizing communities that are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. So to summarize what I hear as a consensus, the board is accepting the superintendent's recommendation and directing him to follow the recommendations that he shared with the board, and highlighted focus on education, equitable education, equitable access to vaccine, partnerships with the community. There were some questions highlighted that I would like to hear, including when will we hear back as a report? So we know that our new package of policies that we're adopting are there. What I hear from the board is a vaccine requirement is not off the table, it's on the table, but not yet. So that's what I would think. I would summarize it. Please raise your hand or say I object if you feel I'm way off the mark here. So seeing none, I would like to return it to Ryan. If you have any thoughts, any summarization of what you heard, and maybe brief responses to some questions you heard, and how we will be able to carry the recommendations forward.
Yeah, so I think you did a nice job of summarizing what I've been taking notes on. The things that I have down are community engagement, also some information about what is the goal. So how do we return with data and information to the board, which is something that I know I need to spend time with Peter from the county, looking at what sorts of information he's able to pull together for us. He did an incredible job last week or this past week. So I see that as a piece of this. Again, outreach and engagement. The goal continuing to be around that goal 6 and keeping our schools open. And then also some information around timeline related to our efforts. So to me, those are the themes that I've heard sort of throughout that I feel would need to come back to the board at a future meeting, just to provide, here's where I think we're headed. Here's some of the activities and actions that are underway. So I feel like that's the direction that I've heard tonight from all of our board members related to those initial recommendations that I made.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. And with what Ryan shared, is there any objections or clarifications, or do we feel we're all on the same page here? It looks sweet. Sarah?
Yeah, there's sort of one thing I would like to add, and not sure it's possible at this point, but in addition to having a clear timeline for when we would come back with information about how things are going, I kind of want a sense of, if we're not meeting our goals, what are steps past what we're going to propose to do immediately that can help us get there. Just so that we sort of start out with, in an ideal world, this will work and we will get to where we need to be. But as we said, the population numbers are different. We'll have to see. So I would like to know, I would sort of like us to have an idea what the next steps would be, just so we're not, if we don't hit the goals, coming back and saying, now what?
Okay, so what I hear you saying is more of a short-term and a long-term approach.
Yeah,
Is that? a
yeah,
fair-
yeah,
fair
yeah,
assessment?
and if the short-term approach works, great. We'll stop there, but
Yeah. And I want to underscore what Sarah you mentioned is that the need for strategy, short-term and long-term goals, it's our actions and policies are very important. The numbers we saw are chilling. The discrepancy and the inequity in terms of racial access to vaccine, and of course, in terms of the cases, our children need to be protected, need the support so they can stay in school and stay safe and protect themselves and their friends, colleagues, and families. So we really need to make sure that we're thinking both short-term and long-term and have a clear strategy so we stay on top of this pandemic. It's not over, and locally here, there's much more work to do, especially on the pediatric level. With that, Ryan, any concluding remarks or?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. With that, please get vaccinated, have a conversation with someone who's hesitant, show them this video, let them watch the presentation by the public health experts and by the superintendent. It's really important to have this conversation everywhere with everybody, with our friends and everybody who can be convinced. So with that, we will be moving on to the resolution number 21-1001, LGBTQI2S plus History Month. Does anyone wish to make a motion to approve this item? The motion wording is in your packet. Vince.
I move to adopt resolution number 21-1001, acknowledgement of LGBTQI2S plus History Month as submitted.
Is there a second?
second.
There's a second. Is there a discussion on this item?
Second.
There's a second. All right, LaHoy.
My internet's being weird. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to let the community know that we know that it's halfway through the month, but that doesn't mean that we didn't recognize and celebrate everybody for the whole month, and just the way that meetings sometimes play out, that we don't get to have the conversation right when we wanted to for these sorts of recognitions. And I wanted to make sure community that's listening and that is also a member of the LGBTQI 2S plus community know that we didn't forget. And thank you for your grace and patience as we got this resolution prepared and ready for tonight's meeting. Oh, one more thing too, I would say, like, also as a member of the queer community, I wanted to like really let community know that this is really an important resolution for recognizing not just our students, but our staff and our families too, and parents that identify as part of the community. And so I just wanted to say that too, because a lot of times, especially for folk that are part of what's known as the cutie population, are not recognized as being part of community sometimes.
Yes.
I just wanted to express appreciation for the sponsors of this resolution, bringing it forward and continuing the work of raising these recognition months and getting them on this board's calendar where they belong. And so thank you for that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the board will move on a vote on resolution to adopt on a motion to adopt resolution number 21-1001, acknowledgement of LGBTQI2S plus History Month as submitted. On the motion, Director Ware.
Aye.
Dr. Jones,
Aye.
Dr. Tomini,
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Adams,
Aye.
and Chair votes aye. The motion passes unanimously. And for the significance of this resolution, the chair would ask the sponsor and co-sponsors of the resolution to read it aloud for the record. So I would like to invite Co-Vice Chair Louis White Bear, Director Tina Baker, and Director Shauna Tomini to read the language of the resolution.
Thanks, Sammy. And we're going to take turns reading this. Acknowledgement of LGBTQI2S plus History Month. Whereas the Corvallis School District recognizes and pays tribute to the significant contributions made in our community by lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and two-spirit people, as well as people from the multitude of other gender and sexual identities, with the acronym LGBTQI2S+. And whereas the Corvallis School District affirms that LGBTQI2S+ students, families, staff, and community members should be valued for all aspects of their identities. And whereas, LGBTQI2S+ History Month grew out of the establishment of what was then called Gay and Lesbian History Month by Missouri high school teacher Rodney Wilson in 1994. And whereas National Coming Out Day occurs each October 11th, and
whereas LGBTQI2S History Month was first celebrated in school districts within the United States in 2012, and whereas LGBTQI2S History Month has yet to be proclaimed nationally, and whereas LGBTQI2S history is not a part of standard educational curricula, and whereas LGBTQI2S History Month provides an opportunity to continue the district's growth in learning about the many contributions of LGBTQI2S+ people to the nation, world, and local community. And whereas the state of Oregon has documented history of anti-LGBTQI2S+ and
whereas education is a necessary component in creating a more equitable and anti-racist community, nation, and world. And whereas the Corvallis School District has made a commitment to equity and anti-racism, and whereas the Corvallis School District has a responsibility to honor and respect the diverse histories of our community, and whereas the Corvallis School District believes each and every student must be celebrated and appreciated for the distinct and vibrant contributions made by sharing cultures, language, ideas, beliefs, and values within a school community. Therefore, let it be resolved that the Board of Education of the Corvallis School District
does hereby proclaim October 2021, as well as each October annually, as LGBTQI2S+ History Month in the district, and strongly encourages students, families, staff, and community members to join in existing local celebrations, and
encourages all schools in the district to help highlight this month in great appropriate ways, as well as highlight the contributions of LGBTQI2S+ peoples to the local community, nation, and beyond, both historically and in current times. Adopted by the Board of Directors of School District Number 509J Corvallis of Benton and Lynn Counties, Oregon, at its regular meeting this 14th day of October 2021.
Thank you. And really deep appreciation for the author and co-sponsors. So hereby we have LGBTQI to S plus History Month is going to be celebrated this month and October every year. It's just great opportunity. Thank you. And thanks for the board for the unanimous vote. With that, next item is resolution number 21-1002, building renaming next steps. Does anyone wish to make a motion to approve this item? The motion wording is available in your packet. Lahui, for what reason do you seek to be recognized?
I see you, Vince. I move to adopt resolution 21-1002, building renaming next steps as submitted.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. Is there now we will entertain a discussion. Go ahead.
I'm just really excited that we're at this point of the conversation with this, with these efforts, and to continue honoring the work of community and students that went into getting us to this point.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing that there's no further discussion, it's been moved to adopt resolution number 21-1002, building renaming next steps as submitted. On the motion, the board will be taking now a roll call vote. Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Baker?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Director Tomini?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Second Vice Chair White Bear?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion passes 7-0 unanimously. All right, next item on the agenda is approving revisions to board goal 6. Does anyone wish to make a motion to approve this item? The motion wording is in your packet. Director, let me see who was first. Sarah. Vice Chair Finger McDonald.
Facing Vince. I move to approve the revisions to the board goal number 6 as submitted.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion as well.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Sarah?
Oh, no, I just didn't take my hand down.
All right, well, I'll provide a very brief discussion. As stated, this is an important duty of the school board. I can't restate that enough, is to keep schools open for students to be healthy and safe and succeed academically. We need to have a good goal. Thanks for the board and for the superintendent for this revision that makes it clear. We're not doing requirements for the sake of requirements or education or outreach without really a mindful attention of the goal, the bottom line of keeping kids in school as much as possible in person and to keep them healthy. And the way to do that is by adopting goal 6. So I'm excited to vote in favor of that. And if there's no further discussion, the board moved to approve the revisions to board goal number 6 as submitted. And on that, the board is taking a roll call vote on the motion. Director Tommy?
Aye.
Dr. Jones?
Aye.
Second Vice Chair White Bear?
Aye.
Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Baker?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion passes 7-0 unanimous. All right. Adopts 2021-2022 board norms. Does anyone wish to make a motion to approve this item? The motion wording is in your packet. Vince?
I move to adopt the 2021-2022 board norms.
I
Is there a
second.
second? Been moved and seconded. Is there a discussion on the agenda item? Tina. Moved by Vince and second by Tina. See, there's no discussion on this item. For the record, for anyone watching, listen to our discussion last meeting. We had a really thorough discussion on this and also a plan moving forward. So really thank you for the board for having that discussion. On that, it's been moved to adopt the 2021-22 board norms. On the motion, the board is taking a roll call vote. Director Jones, what's your vote?
Aye.
Second Vice Chair White-Bear.
Aye.
Director Adams.
Aye.
Dr. Baker.
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald.
Aye.
Dr. Tomini.
Aye.
Chair Locke votes aye. The motion passes 7-0 unanimous. Adopting 2021-2022 board and superintendent working agreement. Does anyone wish to make a motion to approve this item? The motion wording is on your packet, and I think Louis got it first. Louis, for what reason do you seek recognition?
It's a hand raising race right now.
It is.
I move to adopt the 2021-22 board and superintendent working agreements as submitted.
I second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt. So any discussion on the motion? Lou? All right. See, there's no further no discussion on the item. The motion is to adopt the 2021-22 board and superintendent working agreements as submitted. On the motion, the board is taking a roll call vote. Second Vice Chair White-Bear.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Tomini.
Aye.
Vice Chair McDonald.
Aye.
Director Baker.
Aye.
Director Adams.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion passes unanimously. We're efficient.
We've had lots of conversations on each one of those topics. So
Yeah, we have.
in some ways, this feels like it's good to finalize and have these pieces in place. So thank you.
Yes, you know, it's the same feeling when you have a checklist and you spend lots of time and now you're checking them. And that's what we're exactly doing. It feels very gratifying and satisfying. So with that, now we have consolidated action. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have a question about anything in consolidated action? So please identify what would you like to pull out of the consolidated action for discussion. All right, seeing none. Does anyone wish to make a motion? This, for what's
I move to approve consolidated action.
A second.
Second.
There's a truce.
All right, Teresa have it.
Okay.
Teresa have it. All right, on the motion, is there further discussion? All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve consolidated action. On the motion, the board will be taking a roll call vote. Director Baker, what's your vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Singer McDonald.
Aye.
Director Tomini.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Second Vice Chair White-Bear.
Aye.
Director Adams.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. And the motion passes unanimously. Consolidated information. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for discussion. Would anyone like to discuss an item in consolidated information? Seeing none. The board will be moving to board member comments. Is there any board member or would like to provide a comment? Director Therese Jones, and then Vince, then Abu, and then I'll recognize myself. Therese.
Thanks, Sammy. I just wanted to say that I was particularly proud to be on our board on Saturday when I was at the grocery store. And one of the staff members in our district came up with her children and thanked me for my participation, thanked the board for their support for our staff in this district. So that was a really great moment. Her kids were there with her. My child was there with me, watching adults be grateful for the contributions of each other to their community and their efforts to make it a vibrant and healthy place for all of us to live. So that was very special. And in particular, it happened to be that this person works at the newly named Catherine Jones Harrison Elementary School. And I asked her, how does your school feel about this name? And she said, we love it. And so isn't it great that tonight we got to vote on that? But how cool, just wonderful to be out in the community and to have people come up and say, not just thanks for the hard work, but for them to say a particular action, renaming the school, has meaning for them. So to all of you, that thank you is not mine alone. I just happen to be the lucky one standing in the aisle. It's for all of us. But yeah, so thank you on behalf of other community members and on behalf of myself. And yeah, it was just a really nice moment in the midst of a lot of hard conversations we need to have to get to focus on something that feels very uplifting for our community, like these great names we have for our schools and the realization that the board and the staff in our district are working hard.
Thank you, Therese. Vince?
So Director Jones, your comments are very apt because I wanted to express appreciation as well and just really acknowledge all the immense stress and strain that our staff are going through, all the way from our superintendent who's with us right now, all the way down to our EAs and even our janitors. I mean, the reality is that the kids in our community, they have a whole bunch of unfinished learning from a whole year in CDL. They have a bunch of developmental delays because of that as well. And it is immensely hard. And I just want to acknowledge that we still have this pandemic looming. And I just want to acknowledge that, how tough it is right now. And I just want to urge our staff and our team here tonight and parents too, to take care of yourself and have realistic expectations about what is possible right now. We just need to really take care and be diligent and just keep working, doing the best we can every day and taking care of each other. So thanks a lot.
I just wanted to just say thank you to the community again for engaging with us on this last conversation about COVID vaccines, and would invite community to continue to engage with us on other topics as well. It really helps us understand how the community feels, what they support, where their concerns lie, whatever the topic may be. So I just really want to emphasize reaching out to us. And I wanted to also, I'm tired, so sorry, I'm like talking a little slow. I'm at that stage. It's according to our agenda, it's 8:50 p.m., but it's fine. We're here. But I did want to say that as we continue to pass these resolutions for History and Heritage Months, and all of those, that folk look at them as more than symbolic gestures and as a commitment to what's written in them. And so if you have ideas on what that can look like, I encourage you to reach out. If you feel like we're not holding up our end, please let us know. And if we are, let us know as well, because sometimes it helps to know we're on the right track. And I want to recognize that we may be passing these, but there is a lot of work to do in the district. Just in conversations, even with my own children and with other parents, there's still a lot going on that has to do with bullying, with a lot of comments being made, especially with everybody back in school together. It's increasing again. And I really wanted to recognize that and say, like, we may be passing these, but that doesn't mean we don't have work to do. And we really need to continue that good work to make sure that we're making everybody feel like they have a place beyond the resolutions that we're passing. And I hope you help us hold ourselves accountable as a community. to the commitments we're making. And that's pretty much, and thanks to my colleagues on the board for like working together so much to with the community too, and to the staff and the district, and Ryan and your team too. It's really a group effort.
Thank you, Lou. I have a quick comment. I want to really echo all the sentiments of appreciation of community engagement and staff. It's really important. Well, I have a comment actually regarding, it's caucus related. So as you know, I serve on the Caucus of Color along with Shauna and Lou, which is a caucus of school board members. And as the president of the caucus, I'm privileged to be sitting on OSBA board. And in that capacity, I was involved in choosing among a really great list of board members, the board member of the year for 2021. And as you might know, if you saw in the email, the chair of 509J is the board member of the year. And just to be clear, it's not Corvallis, there's another 509J called Jefferson County Board, the Jefferson County School District. So we need to clarify why there's two 509Js. But with that, I want to say Lori Denzuka is the board member of the year, the chair of 509J Jefferson County School Board. She's a native leader and community member and a board member for who served her community for decades. They're dealing there in a rural community with about a third Caucasian, a third Native American, almost a third Native American, and a third Hispanic Latino community. Lots of challenges, and her service dedication has been phenomenal. And I'm really excited to share it first with you that she accepted to be a keynote speaker in November 5th annual meeting for the Caucus of Color. Friends of the caucus are welcome to join in and listen to her speaking. We will be honored that her board and superintendent will be joining together from the same location while we have a meeting remotely, and she'll be sharing her speech. So really excited, inspired by your service, my colleagues and our colleagues across the state. School board members are putting lots of time, lots of effort. It's emotionally tiring, and I want to acknowledge that. And with that, I see in you and my colleagues across the state, including Lori, an inspiring example of dedicated service and really focusing on what's best for the kids and making sure we do what's best for them. With that, next is Calvin and then Shauna. Calvin?
I don't know where to begin because like there's so many people that I want to appreciate. Like I want to appreciate the community again, like the outreach for today's meeting and over this whole topic in general, and how generally there are some exceptions, but how generally it's been civil, which is always appreciated. I want to appreciate that. Also want to appreciate the teachers and staff and parents in the district for helping to keep our lives on track. Like they put in so much work, and it's crazy how much of it is behind the scenes. I want to appreciate the board, not only for the efficiency with which you guys got through the second part of the meeting, to struggle to keep up typing my notes, which thanks for all being unanimous because that made it way easier. But also I have a newfound respect for like how much work you guys put in and how late you guys are staying here for us as students. And I made it my goal to like try and stay through a whole one of these meetings, and it just is respect for just how much effort you guys put in and how late you guys stay up, because you guys have already been working the whole day for us. You guys are working until like 10:30 almost. So there's just a whole new appreciation for that. And I want to appreciate the board, staff, parents, in the community in general, just everyone involved for making this really a good community in general to be in a school system for.
Thank you, Calvin. Appreciation's back at you. You've been phenomenal with your inputs and your discussion. Thanks for being part of the team. Shauna?
I actually wanted to start with my gratitude for Calvin and his fellow student members of the board, because having you here tonight and your peers, who I know some have left, and that's completely understandable, it is late, just brings such an important set of voices to the board and to the community. And I'm so excited to look forward to having your voices here and represented throughout the school year. And on that note, just continuing to make sure that we're carrying on that conversation as a board around how we continue to be accessible to student voices beyond those who are on the board with us here, as well as through you. Our student board members may have ideas for how we can engage more deeply with students. There are so many complications right now in terms of the pandemic, accessibility, or not being able to just walk into schools and stop in and have lunch there, or to have conversations in a way that we might have in other times. But to help us think creatively about how do we reach out to students and stay connected and hear more voices. And the same thing being true for family members, as well as for staff. We know that this is a year like no other. And as students are back in, families are back engaged with the district, and staff and educators are doing amazing things every single day. They're learning something new every single day. They're tackling challenges every single day. And if there are things that we can help ease in terms of, I expect we're going to see higher rates of stress, higher rates of burnout, higher rates of challenges. And we really want folks to be able to take care of themselves. But we also know that policy has to be in place for that to happen, and procedures, as well as supports and resources for that to happen. So as those things come up, as staff are identifying things where they might need support or help, to please reach out to us. We'd love to be a part of the problem solving.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Seeing there's no further comments and no further business in front of the board, at 10:35, the school board meeting is now adjourned.